Good morning. We're in the record. And I'm sorry, we have a morning.
Morning, everyone. My name is Vida Rachel. I'm the Deputy Director of the Mayor's Office of Appointments. And it's my pleasure today to be here on behalf of our Director, Steve Walker, who's also Deputy Chief of Staff to the Mayor, and of course, on behalf of Mayor Muriel Hauser, to get our newest member of the ABC Board sworn in through your term of service. It will be a simple call and repeat. I'll go line by line and ask you to repeat after me. In your service. You raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name.
James Mitchell,
Having been appointed to
having been appointed to
the Alcohol, Beverage, and Cannabis Board
alcohol beverage and cannabis board
in the government of the District of Columbia,
in the government of the District of Columbia,
solemnly swear or affirm that
do solemnly swear or that
I state your name,
and take and
support and defend
will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the laws of the District of Columbia,
and the laws of the District of Columbia,
that I will perform such duties
that I will perform such duties
that may be assigned to me in this position
that may be assigned to me in this position
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
without fear or favor,
without fear or favor,
and I will exercise my best judgment
that I will exercise my best judgment
and will consider each matter before me
and consider each matter before me
from the viewpoint of
from the viewpoint of
the best interest of the District of Columbia as a whole.
the best interest of the District of Columbia as a whole,
And I will faithfully discharge said duties.
that I will faithfully discharge said duties.
Congratulations, you're officially sworn in. Thank you very much.
Time to shut up and start the meeting.
Good. Good morning again. We're in the record again. I'm waiting for the board members to come on board, please.
Mr. Chair, you're on mute. Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Turner. That's why I don't mute myself. Welcome, Mr. Turner, to the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. It is a pleasure to see someone with deep roots in community service and dedicated leadership in the district join the board. Your longstanding commitment to Ward 1 and to your experience as an advisory neighborhood commissioner speak to a genuine understanding of the neighborhoods and residents the board serves. As members of the ABC board, we now share the responsibility of representing the interests of all residents of the District of Columbia. This role calls for thoughtful judgment, fairness, and a broad perspective to ensure our decisions reflect the needs and well-being of the entire community. I look forward to working alongside you and appreciate the perspective and insight you will bring to the board's work. Wishing you every success in this new role. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-571(c) of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting's been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce you as the members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Good morning, Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
Mr. James Turner.
James Turner, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Give me a minute to get organized. All right. Our first hearing this morning, it is a show cause hearing status, case number 25 CMP 00107, Spicy Water, license number 125456. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties in this case?
Good morning. Betsy McMullen, access elevated. And that appears to be Altram.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. McMullen. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen, BETSY, and here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. For show cause hearing status, there's no requirement for the licensee to be here. This matter, if it's not scheduled, if it's not settled, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 8th at 1:30 p.m. Just want to remind the parties that 7 days before the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents. Any questions, ma'am?
No.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 26, CMP 00010, Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge, license number 111411. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Cameron Mixon, access elevated. And I believe that's all, Chairman.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to represent that our office has not entered appearance in this matter at this time.
Explain that. What are you saying, that you're not representing this establishment, or you haven't done it?
We're not representing this establishment with respect to this matter.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Oriana, is there, if you can drop Mr. Mixon, is there anyone here representing Cloud One Restaurant and Lounge?
I'll ask in the chat.
Well, we'll or just put something in the chat, and then I'll call the case. I'll just have the go. All right. All right. As stated before, there's no requirement that licensee be here. So, Ms. McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Attorney General Betsy McMullen here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. As stated, there is no representative. There's no one here today representing the licensee, but at show cause status hearing, there's no requirement for the licensee to be here. This matter then is scheduled for if it's not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 8th at 1:30 p.m. I would again want to inform the parties that 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose the documents and witnesses they rely on at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose the documents and witnesses timely, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been that have not been timely disclosed. All right, thank you. All right, I'm sorry, okay. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 26, CMP 00021, Proper 21, license number 113983. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
I checked in the chat. Don't see anyone in the attendee waiting area.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on with me this morning. Ms. McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record?
This is Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. The licensee is not here. However, there's no requirement for the licensee to appear at a show cause hearing status. If this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 8th at 10:30 a.m. Again, I would like to remind the parties that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to disclose the documents and witnesses you will rely upon. Failure by either side to timely disclose the documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from allowing you to rely on those documents and witnesses. All right, thanks. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 26-251-00008, 12 after 12, license number 117238. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Cameron Mixon, access elevated. That is our turn.
Thank you. Miss McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record?
This is Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Cameron Mixon, counsel for the applicant.
Ms. McMullen, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mixon?
And none for the respondent.
All right, if this matter is not scheduled, if this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 15th at 10:30 a.m. Again, would like to remind the parties that they are required to file the documents the documents and witnesses they will rely on and upon at the hearing 7 days prior to the hearing. Failure by either side to timely disclose documents and witnesses, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents and witnesses. Any questions?
No, Mr.
No,
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let me call this other case. The next case in our calendar is case number 26251-00009, 12 after 12. I think what happened to Mr. Mixon?
That was my bad. Sorry.
Okay.
Still here.
All right, okay. Ms. McMullen, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen here on behalf of the district.
Mr. Mixon?
Cameron Mixon, Veritas Law Firm, counsel for the respondent.
Good morning. Ms. McMullen, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
If this matter is not settled, it is scheduled for a show cause hearing on July 22nd at 10:30 a.m. Again, would like to remind the parties that they are required to file documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing 7 days before the hearing. Failure by either side to timely disclose documents, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on those documents and or witnesses. Any questions?
None for respondent.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day. All right.
You too.
The next case on our calendar is case number 25251-00024, Dirty Water, license number 125771. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Sophia Matus, access elevated. Luke Casey, access elevated. Investigator Leon Harris, access elevated. And that appears to be all term.
Thank you.
Ms. Oriana, we are also missing a witness, Alexander Salamoni.
Thank you for that. Officer Salamoni, access elevated. That is all
Thank you.
term.
All right, thank you. All right. All right. Ms. Metis, good morning. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Sophia Mitas, SOPHIA here on behalf of the district.
Good morning. Good morning. Mr. Casey, can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Sorry about that. Luke Casey, Lukecasey.
Good morning, sir. Are there any, Ms. Metis, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do have a motion in limine to raise to the board.
What is that, ma'am?
So the district moves in limine to have this board bar respondent Dirty Water from presenting the proposed exhibits 3 through 13 and any related testimony and argument about the underage patient entering other alcohol establishments. Now, the board has already considered the ruled on the respondent's subpoena request, which had included exhibits 3 through 13 as exhibits. So that is board order number 2026-304. And the board rejected respondents' argument about the underage patrons' entrance of other establishments on 3 different grounds, if you would like me to remind you of those grounds.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
So first, the board found that it has no bearing on the respondent's own compliance or the validity of the identification presented at the time of the alleged violations. Second, the board found this speculative because it relies on an assumption that the patrons used a fake ID to enter the other establishments. And third, the board found that respondent improperly attempts to shift the burden to the underage patrons by focusing on their alleged pattern of fraudulent practices, and therefore ruled that such a pattern is immaterial to the affirmative defense. So for these reasons, the district will ask the board to bar the use of exhibits 3 through 13 and any related testimony or argument based on the board's prior ruling.
All right, Mr. Casey.
I would just argue that if they were led into other places and they were served and those places had complaints filed against them, I mean, obviously we know that there are about 250 sale to minor complaints made in 2025, so that's a pretty substantial number. But if these are places where complaints were also made against these establishments and there were charges not brought, then it's safe to assume that when the investigators went to those establishments that they exhibited sufficient ID checking standards that they didn't find a violation.
I guess what my concern is that just generally, why is it relevant what might have happened at a different establishment? I mean, what's relevant is what information was presented in your establishment and whether or not a student went to a different establishment with a different ID or similar ID. I don't see how would that be relevant in this particular case.
I guess it would just go to corroborate the validity of the IDs. I'll also mention that it may not be relevant given that in that same subpoena response, the government also found, or in denying one of the grounds, the board argued that it's not relevant given that the government does not contest the validity of the ID. So given that finding, Ms. Meadus may be right that they are not relevant if the government's not contesting that.
Ms. Meadus, do you wish to respond?
The district has not made any representation that we're challenging the validity of IDs that were presented to Mr. Casey. We have no evidence of what IDs were presented to him on the night in question. And regardless, it's assuming they're even using the same IDs at all these establishments. It's assuming that they were there on the night that ABCA investigators were there. It's assuming that they were there in question by ABCA investigators on that night at a different establishment. Where the question here is what happened on September 21st at Mr. Casey's establishment.
So in denying the subpoena request for the ID scanner records of the other establishments to compare them to our establishment's ID scanner records to show what the consistency of the IDs that were used, the board argued that because the government does not contest the validity of the IDs, of the fake IDs, that there's no reason to grant that request.
Mr. Casey, I believe that the arguments that you're making are, it's not relevant to this particular case, and it's also speculative. I also believe, I know that the industry is keenly aware of minors attempting to engage in underage drinking is a known risk that all licensee should be prepared for. And so I don't see how it is relevant what they might, I don't know what IDs were, if these were the same minors who might have shown up at a different establishment, whether or not these minors were allowed to drink in these establishments, or maybe these other establishments follow proper procedures and did not allow the minors and confiscated their ID, or did not allow them to enter and purchase. So
all of the exhibits, so I don't mean to cut you off, but all of the exhibits 3 through 13 show the 2 minors that are in question at this hearing specifically, and it shows them with alcohol in their hands inside the establishment.
As stated, Mr. Casey, it's not what might have happened. And okay, assuming arguendo that they went into another establishment and they drank. You don't know whether or not the agency has brought charges against these establishments. This case is about what happened in your particular establishment. How did you respond to it's my understanding that, okay, you've been in business for a long period of time. We're in Washington, D.C. This is a college town. So you should be aware that there are going to be minors who are going to attempt to enter your establishment, and they're also going to attempt to use phony IDs to enter your establishment. So why is it that you are not prepared for this known factor? And so what they might have done, as most college students, when they get to Washington, D.C., they're not 21. Most of them, I guess the typical college student will not attain the age of 21 until after they graduate. So why is it that your establishment then is not prepared that you're going to have underage minors who are going to attempt to access your facility? And so what they might do at a different facility, I don't think it's relevant for this hearing. It is, how did you respond when these minors attempt to access your establishment? I think that's what's relevant here. So yeah. So I'm inclined to grant the government's motion because it's speculative and it is not relevant to this particular case.
Okay.
So I'm prepared to deny the motion. And so I'm going to make a motion to grant, I'm prepared to grant the government's motion. So I'm going to make a motion that we grant the government's motion. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. Then we'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree with your motion.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Agree, not second. Agree. It's not second, Mr. Jones. It's either, I'm sorry. All right. Who seconded the motion?
I did.
Ms. Quinn. So we're at the stage now. We're in the voting stage. So, all right. Okay. Ms. Quinn seconded the motion. Let's have a roll call vote if I did not do this correctly. So Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. So let's have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Turner.
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Thank you. So we're denying the motion. Any other preliminary matters? Ms. Meadows.
Not from the district, Mr. Chair.
Do you have any do you have any preliminary matter, Mr. Casey?
No.
Perfect. All right. This show cause hearing. The government has a burden. The government will make they have an opportunity to make opening statements. The government will call its witnesses. The witnesses will be cross-examined, and after the government has presented its case, then the licensee will present its case. So now we have an opportunity to make opening statements. So do you wish to make an opening statement, Ms. Meadows?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, and may it please the board. The district is here today to prove that dirty water permitted the consumption of alcoholic beverages by underage patrons and failed to take reasonably necessary steps to ascertain whether one of those patrons was of drinking age. The district will prove this violation by substantial evidence, which is defined as evidence that a reasonable mind might accept as adequate to support a conclusion. Today, the district will present testimony from MPD Officer Alexandra Salamone and ABCA Investigator Leon Harris. That will be corroborated by body-worn camera footage from the MPD officer. You will hear that in the early hours of September 21st, 2025, MPD officers and ABCA investigators enter dirty water to check patron identification cards. You will see 3 patrons provide valid junior's driver's licenses with 2006 birth dates. You'll hear these patrons admit to drinking alcoholic beverages, and you'll hear one assert that he presented his junior driver's license to get into dirty water that night. Based upon this evidence, the district will ask this board to find that dirty water violated DC Code Section 25-781B1 and Section 25-783B and levy the appropriate penalties. Thank you.
Mr. Casey, do you wish to make an opening statement at this juncture?
Yeah, I'll make an opening statement. And I guess I'll begin with the more egregious charging decision, which is a violation of 25-783, which is a failure to take reasonable steps to ascertain legal age. While this board will be presented with scanner logs disputing the self-serving statements that allow these individuals to avoid having their fake IDs confiscated, even assuming arguendo that their real under 21 IDs were presented for entry and they consumed alcohol on the premises, it would not be a violation of this statute. The government knows this, as Ms. Meadis' colleague, Christopher Southcott, explained to this board 2 months ago in the case of Virginia Market 25-CC-00011, beginning on the page 16 of the transcript, quote, "There's an interesting irony in the law here where an establishment is better off checking someone's ID, seeing that they are a minor and knowingly selling to a minor than they are not looking at someone's ID at all and selling to someone who is 20 years old because there is an additional charge for failure to verify that someone is of age." And so the fact that in this establishment, the licensee looked at the UC's ID means that the establishment is avoiding an additional charge. And so for that respect, they are to be, to some degree, commended. But the facts in this are pretty egregious. This is not the case of an individual who is in a college party that just happened, a college event at some bar and a 20-year-old, is being served an alcoholic beverage. This is a 14-year-old girl. And I would encourage the board members to look at the exhibits and see what a 14-year-old girl looks like, end quote. So if allowing a 14-year-old girl to buy a can of Corona with a real ID does not trigger a violation of this statute, allowing a 20-year-old entry certainly would not either. The second charge, permitting consumption of an alcoholic beverage, is based off of a single word in response to a leading question coming at the conclusion of an exchange where investigators made the false assertion that their real driver's licenses were coming up fake and that they would be seizing them. The government will not be able to present any witness that can testify to observing any patient who is under 21 being permitted to drink anything other than water. I will also clarify that because the government is unable to determine what beverages these individuals claim to be drinking, much less where they came from, the charge is only 25-781B1 for the act of permitting consumption of an alcoholic beverage rather than 25-781A1 for actually providing them with that beverage. For precedent in this case, I would like to point to paragraphs 30 and 31 of Board Order 2018-172, Chinese Disco, dealing with violations of this statute. In paragraph 31, this board found that, quote, "It may be reasonable to infer that an intoxicated underage male patron who was ejected from the premises consumed alcohol inside the establishment based on his admission of having a mixed drink inside. Nevertheless, beyond the patron's statement regarding having a mixed drink, there is no independent evidence corroborating that he consumed alcohol inside, such as observations or video footage of the minor consuming inside. As a result, it is equally reasonable to infer that the minor may have been lying or entered the establishment in an intoxicated state without consuming anything inside. Consequently, in light of these other reasonable possibilities, the board cannot sustain the violation of 25-781B1. And while in this scenario, the government was able to present an unprompted admission, the government here will only be able to present a single word which was extracted at the end of an exchange where they were told their real driver's licenses would be seized under the false pretense that they were fraudulent and told they would not be getting charged with underage drinking, likely because we still don't know what these individuals are actually drinking. And even if we make the leap to assume that it were an alcoholic beverage, the government is unable to corroborate the validity of that hearsay testimony beyond a mere scintilla with any witness who observed it, which would be required for them to form a prima facie case. For these reasons, at the close of the government's case, I'll move to dismiss both charges because the government will not have established a prima facie case for either of the charges presented.
Thank you, sir. All right, does the government have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, the district would wish to call MPD Officer Alexander Salamone.
Officer Salamone, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, ma'am.
Good morning. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My first name is Alexandra, Alexandra. My last name is Salamone, Salamone.
Officer Salamone, where do you work?
The Metropolitan Police Department, 3rd District.
Do you mind if we refer to the Metropolitan Police Department as MPD?
Yes.
So what is your position at MPD?
I'm a midnight patrol officer.
What are your duties and responsibilities as a midnight patrol officer?
Just answer calls and do my active patrol of my area.
Where are you typically stationed?
In the 3rd District.
Are you familiar with an establishment known as Dirty Water?
That night that I went there was my first time being there because I believe it's in the 1st District. But I was the traffic car that night with my partner, and we were sent to the 1st District to assist them with their operations.
Do you know what the primary business of Dirty Water is?
It's a bar.
Did you visit Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
I did.
Why did you visit Dirty Water that night?
We were there to assist ABCA.
What is ABCA?
It's the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration. My apologies.
Have you worked with ABCA before September 21st, 2025?
Yes, I have.
On how many occasions?
There's a bunch of bars in the 3rd District. Anytime we have an incident at one of those establishments, we have to notify ABCA. So pretty frequently.
Do you typically review with ABCA when you answer those calls?
Not usually, no. This was my first time ever helping them scan IDs or collect IDs.
Do you remember what time you arrived on September 21st, 2025?
I don't know the exact time. But I know it was like early in the morning, like midnight or 1 a.m.
Do you recall what you observed when you entered Dirty Water?
When we showed up, there was a bunch of patrons trying to leave, like they were scuttling to the door and trying to hurry out.
And what did you do after you made it inside the establishment?
I started to check IDs.
Were you checking IDs alone, just by yourself?
No, the ABCA investigators were there as well.
Do you remember what the process was for checking IDs that night?
So I started to check them for for date of births, and then I would hand them over to the ABCA investigators for them to scan them with their little validity thing that they have, their little program.
And where were you standing when you started checking IDs inside of Dirty Water?
I believe I was standing by the staircase that leads to like the upstairs part of the bar.
And why were you standing at the staircase?
So there was a bunch of patrons at the top of that like upstairs bar area, and the only way that they could leave was to come down those steps to then go to the doors.
Approximately how many patrons did you see exiting down that stairwell while you were checking IDs?
10 to 15 at least.
And did you look at every ID for every person that came down those stairs that night?
Yeah, every ID that I could get if I wasn't looking at somebody else's, but yes.
And you mentioned giving the IDs to ABCA. Did you give every ID to ABCA to scan?
Yes.
Were the IDs returned to each patron immediately after it was checked by you and ABCA?
No, we held on to them.
Do you recall what happened after the IDs were collected and held by ABCA?
They were scanned, and then whatever the result was from the scan, we held on to them if they were stating that they were fake or if they were underage.
And were you wearing a body-worn camera when you engaged with the patrons that were holding fake IDs?
I was.
Was your body-worn camera recording at that time?
It was.
Would you recognize a clip of your body-worn camera footage from when the IDs were being confiscated?
I would.
I see I have authority to share my screen. Thank you.
So I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, but I'm going to object to the admissibility of this footage because the exchange the government plans to rely on comes after the false assertion that these were not real driver's licenses, and then the subsequent illegal seizure of those licenses that were real.
I'm sorry, what's the nature of your objection?
So the footage that the government plans to rely on comes after the false assertion made by the officer and the investigator that these IDs were not real, which they were real driver's licenses, and then the subsequent illegal seizure of those licenses.
I'm gonna deny the motion. I mean, you're gonna have an opportunity to cross-examine her on you're gonna have an opportunity to I don't know what this body camera is gonna show. You're gonna have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and I think that if you have questions, I think that the proper form is to during cross-examination to vigorously cross-examine the witness on what's on the video, sir. So I'm going to deny the motion. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. So I'm now presenting what should be marked as Exhibit B for identification purposes. And before I start playing the video, Officer Salamone, do you see a timestamp on this video?
I do.
And what time is that?
I believe that's a 34. Sorry, the pixels are kind of bad, but it looks like 1:34 a.m.
Is there a date?
Yes.
And what is the date?
September 21st of 2025.
Is there any text below that timestamp and date?
Yes.
And what does that text say?
Axon body 4 DO1A 6961V.
Do you recognize that number you just read aloud?
No, I don't.
Is that number typically associated with Axon body camera footage?
Yeah, it should be the serial number for my camera.
Thank you. So I'm now going to play Exhibit B. Chairperson Anderson, I'd like to note for the record that the district shared the entire 30-minute body-worn camera video with respondent, but has elected to just present this clip as Exhibit B.
Fine.
Okay. Please let me know if you can hear the sound, or if you can't.
They're pulling up as fakes. Good man for being honest about it.
Yeah, can we go home? Yeah, go home, man. Thank you.
Y'all are going, keeping the IDs. Yeah.
Yo, alright, so you guys have my ID. Like, yeah, it's getting complicated.
So
it's my ID. Like,
so these are coming back as fake.
driver's license. There's three of them. Like, I got let into this bar. Like,
yes,
showed them that
so,
I got in
yes.
bar.
So we understand that, but also like these are the people that handle investigations specifically for this, for underage drinking. They have a specific program on their little skaters that you saw him using that prove whether an ID is fake or not. They're reading as fake.
But my ID is not fake.
Okay.
I'm just.
Okay.
Can you try? Sure.
We'll scan them one more time. So your ID, your ID, right here, that you're claiming is 100% real.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Were you in here drinking?
Yes.
So
that's why
I'm taking it. You're under 18, and you just admitted it too. So that's why I'm taking all you guys' IDs, because you just admitted that you were under the age of 21, and you ain't letting anybody.
Also admitted that she was under the age of 21.
And you just under the age of 21 drinking. So we are confiscating your IDs.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
But that's my driver's license. It doesn't matter. You're here, drinking.
Under the age of 21.
I got let in.
Right.
So why are you trying to go into a bar?
Because I got let in.
So that's fine that you got let in. He's also getting in trouble for letting you in.
Yeah, the real IDs, they're not getting them back?
No.
Because there's fakes.
They're reading as fakes.
They're faking this
real bad. Like in the mail or something in like a month or something.
Officer Salamone, is this a true and accurate depiction of your interaction with patrons at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
Yes.
Chairperson Anderson, I'd like to move to admit that clip presented as Exhibit B.
Any objections?
Just the objection I raised a few minutes ago.
All right. As I stated, I overruled the objection, and I'm going to admit Exhibit B into evidence.
Thank you. Officer Tony, how many patrons gave you their real driver's licenses in that video?
I believe it was 3 or 4.
And would you recognize their IDs if I showed them to you today?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, I'm going to present exhibits number 4, 5, and 6 from Investigator Harris's case report, which is already part of this board's record under the regulations. Officer Salamone, do you see a document labeled Government Exhibit A-4?
Yes.
Looking at Exhibit A-4, do you recognize this ID?
Yes.
Did you collect this ID from somebody at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
Yes, I did.
And was she present in the body camera footage we just reviewed?
She was.
Was she 21 on September 21st, 2025?
No.
Did she admit to drinking on September 21st, 2025?
To the best of my recollection, I remember her saying something about drinking water, but she might have admitted it to my partner that she was underage drinking. I don't recall.
I'm going to move to Exhibit A-4. Officer Salamone, do you recognize this ID?
Yes.
Did you collect this ID from a male patron at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
I did.
And was he present in the body camera footage we just reviewed?
Yes, he was.
Was he 21 on September 21st, 2025?
No.
Did he make any statements to you that night?
That was his real ID and that he was let into the bar.
Did he admit to drinking on September 21st, 2025?
I don't remember if it was him or the other individual in the video that said that he was drinking.
All right, we're going to move to what's marked as Government Exhibit A-6. Do you recognize this ID?
Yes.
And did you collect this ID from a male patron at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
I did.
Was this patron visible in the body camera footage we just reviewed?
Yes, he was.
Was he 21 on September 21st, 2025?
No.
Did he make any to you that night?
Yes, that was his real driver's license and that he was drinking.
Going to stop sharing the screen. Officer Salamone, you'll recall in the video there were statements made about confiscating the IDs. Do you remember if the real IDs were confiscated that night?
The real IDs were not confiscated.
Why weren't they confiscated?
So the misidentification of age is a probable cause misdemeanor. I used my discretion to not go forward with doing anything criminally against them. So the real IDs were handed back. They were just taken pictures and collected that way for evidence in the case going forward.
Officer Salamone, in that video, you announced all of these IDs as fake. Do you agree?
Yes. At the time when I was first talking to them, it was under my impression that they were fake. Later on in my BWC, I go back and speak with ABCA, and they separated the ones that were fake coming up as fake IDs and the ones that were just scanning as under 21.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Casey.
Yeah. So at any point while you're inside the establishment, did you personally observe any of these 3 individuals consuming an alcoholic beverage?
Not that I could recall.
At any point while you're inside the premises, did you observe any of these patrons trying to gain access using their real ID?
Not that I could recall.
If I could just bring up, I think it's marked as my exhibit 15 here. Can I have permission to share my screen, please?
Mr. Oria, can you allow Mr. Casey to share his screen, please?
Access grant.
Video playing or no?
No, not as yet, sir.
Oh, gosh.
It's a water. Like you can. Yeah, I didn't have it.
I can hear, but I can't see.
To my water.
You're not sharing, Mr. Casey, you're not sharing your screen. I can hear something playing in the background, but I can't see it on the screen, sir.
Yes, so I couldn't find the share button. I think this should do it. Can you see the video now?
No, sir.
Sorry.
Date of birth 3.
It's coming up.
Okay.
It's a water. Like you can. Yeah, I didn't have it.
I can't see the video though. I'm hearing it, but I can't see the video. If there's a video, I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Hold on, I just lost everything here.
Well, you were sharing your screen. I could hear the background, but I couldn't see the video.
It says I'm sharing QuickTime Player, which should be the video, correct?
Mr. Oriana, can you provide any assistance?
Maybe try sharing your screen versus
Yeah.
just the application.
I'm sharing
And then-
this.
And then
screen.
when you're sharing, there's a sharing option where it has a drop down and you could do best for video and motion. Try that maybe.
Sharing QuickTime Player.
If you're on a Mac computer, sometimes you have to allow permissions.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Is this still a video?
No, sir.
No.
It's a water. Like you can. Yeah,
I have audio, not video.
Audio, okay.
Maybe a reboot, potentially.
I mean, given the officer's prior testimony, I don't think this is particularly relevant anymore because what the video showed was the one individual who did have a cup said it was water and showed it to be water. So we can probably just move on at this point.
Are there any other questions you would need to ask the witness, sir?
Yeah, so the sole basis for the allegation that these individuals consumed alcohol inside dirty water is what they told you during the inspection, correct?
I believe so.
And you have no personal observation of these two individuals actually consuming alcohol inside of dirty water?
No.
So you cannot testify as to whether they were permitted to consume alcohol because you did not observe it or know what they meant by drinking, correct?
I mean, I think the term "I've been drinking" in a bar is pretty self-explanatory.
Did they say the word I've been drinking?
Yeah, the one in the third ID that I saw, the third individual, he stated that he was drinking inside.
I believe he said yes, not that he was drinking. Unless that there's another footage from your body-worn camera.
I don't remember all 30 minutes of my body-worn camera.
We roll through the 30 minutes of the body-worn camera to see if that occurred?
I mean, I'm not going to play it.
I don't have access to it, but that would be Ms. Meadis who has it.
Hold on a minute, please.
The only thing in evidence right now is somebody saying yes to a question.
Are you responding to the question, ma'am? Like I see a shrug, but you have to. And
I'm sorry.
I was about to make I was about to ask you were you alone testifying, but clearly you're not alone testifying. So
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna say he has attachment issues. But
she's referencing her cat. She's alone.
yeah.
There's a cat in the background. I apologize. Go ahead, ma'am.
So what's the exact question? I don't recall whether he said yes or I've been drinking. If
Yeah,
that's the
so,
question.
okay. So when one of the patients said he'd been drinking here, did you ask him to clarify whether he meant inside Dirty Water specifically or somewhere else on 8th Street that evening?
I don't believe I was the one that asked him the question.
Okay. So is it possible that what they were drinking was not an alcoholic beverage at all?
Quite possibly.
So then you cannot testify today under oath that either of these two individuals actually consumed an alcoholic beverage inside Dirty Water.
I guess, like, I mean, I could still testify to what they stated if we asked them if they were drinking and they said yes.
But you
Like,
cannot sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I just
Are you able to corroborate their testimony by independent observation?
no.
Okay. So there were approximately 250 sale to minor complaints made in 2025. So it would be reasonable to assume that these individuals knew that their fake ID would certainly be confiscated if it were to be run against a government system, correct?
Objection. This is speculative, asking our witness to enter the state of mind of other people.
Mr. Casey?
Speculation has always been allowed in every hearing I've been at before this board, so I don't know why we would not allow it now.
I'm going to sustain the objection, although in these type of hearings, we do not strictly abide by the rule of evidence, but in this particular case, it's too speculative, so I'm sustaining the objection. Let's move on, please.
Okay. Would it undoubtedly benefit an individual to provide a real ID and claim to have been allowed in with that ID in an attempt to avoid the outcome of having their ID confiscated by presenting it to you?
Quite possibly.
And by the time you arrived, the individuals were already in the bar, so you cannot testify today as to what identification documents these individuals presented to gain entry, correct?
Correct.
And so just to summarize for the final question, it's your testimony that you are not able to corroborate through your independent observations how these individuals gained entry, nor if they consumed any alcohol, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Any questions by any board members? All right. Officer Salamantes, thank you very much for your testimony, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. All right, does the government have another witness?
I do, and I would just like to state for the record, I did not have any redirect for Officer Salamone.
I normally, if there are no questions by the board, I typically, I don't do a redirect if the board doesn't interject. Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. You have another witness, ma'am?
Yes, ABCA investigator Leon Harris.
Mr. Harris, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're a witness, ma'am.
Good morning. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Leon Harris, Leon Harris.
And where do you work?
I work with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
Would you mind if I referred to the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration as ABCA?
Yes.
What is your position at ABCA?
I'm an investigator.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
How long have you been an investigator?
Approximately 19 months.
Are you familiar with an establishment known as Dirty Water?
Yes, ma'am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I've been there on several different occasions. On this particular case, I wrote the report for this particular case.
Did you visit Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you at Dirty Water that night?
We had received, after received an anonymous report of Dirty Water having underage bartenders and were serving alcohol to minors. Also, that they were occupying the A Street Festival space without the proper permits.
Do you recall what time you arrived at Dirty Water that night?
I believe it was around 12:35 in the morning on Sunday, September 21st.
When you approached Dirty Water, did you observe staff or security positioned at the entrance?
There was a person sitting down on the upstairs part of when you go into the actual establishment, Dirty Water, sitting down in a chair, checking IDs.
And that upstairs part, is that the main entrance to get into the establishment?
Yes, ma'am.
The entrance?
That's the entrance to go into Dirty Water. They also have a back door where people exit into the alleyway.
You mentioned seeing a man at the entrance. Do you know that man's name?
I do not.
Have you met that man previously at Dirty Water?
I have not.
Was that man Luke Casey?
Luke Casey was there, but the person checking the IDs was a different person.
Did you see that staff member actively checking IDs when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you observe what their procedure was for checking an ID?
For what I could tell at the time, he was looking at the ID and handing it back to the patron.
What did you do after you observed the man outside of the entrance of the establishment?
I saw Mr. Casey on the he was in between the actual entryway and coming down the stairs. He was in that doorway right there. We were behind a few other people going up the stairs, some other patrons. When he noticed us, he dipped back inside to the establishment as myself and my other investigator made entry into Dirty Water.
Can you describe what you observed when you made entry into Dirty Water?
So when I went into Dirty Water, going up the stairs to Dirty Water, there was a crowd of people looking to gain access to Dirty Water, who appeared to be of college-age students. Luke Casey again was just outside the entrance, talking to some people looking for who were looking to come in. The establishment was very crowded. Investigators witnessed people with drinks in front of them in their hand and consuming alcohol. After I made contact with Mr. Casey, I advised him that we had received the complaint that I mentioned earlier about possible underage drinking, and we were there to conduct ID checks, and asked him to escort us around and assist us while gathering IDs. Mr. Casey refused to help. MPD instructed Mr. Casey to turn off the music and announced to the crowd that we were there to check IDs and to have them ready for us to check. At this point, the crowd became extremely nervous and started to leave in droves. The people who stayed were told to have the IDs out. As the people were leaving, some people were going down the way that we came in. Other people would go out through the back door, through the alleyway. When we were telling those people to provide their IDs, some of them would tell them that they don't have an ID or refuse to give their ID altogether. Myself and my other, yes, ma'am.
Investigator Harris, were you checking IDs alone at Dirty Water?
I was not. I had another investigator with me.
And were you checking IDs just with your investigator or anybody else?
Just my investigator.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This is not relevant. The charging document identifies two individuals, so any information unrelated to those two individuals is not relevant to this case.
I don't know. I mean, I think the charges has failed to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I think that's relevant information. So, but again, sir, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine. So if you have some concerns during cross-examination, you can further explore that issue, sir. All right?
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
Peter Harris, what was the process for checking IDs at Dirty Water that night?
We have an application on our government phones called IntelliCheck, where we scan the back of the ID, and IntelliCheck gives us information about that particular ID.
How does IntelliCheck work?
When you scan the barcode on the ID card, the application gives us information regarding that particular ID card with addresses, date of birth, names, things of that nature, and determines the validity of that particular ID.
Investigator Harris, if you scanned a real state-issued ID with a birth date under 1, what would the IntelliCheck result be?
It would say that the ID was real, but it was under the age of 21, and to check it.
If you had scanned a fake ID, what would the IntelliCheck result be?
It will come up with a red X and advise the user to check the ID.
Going back to the real ID, would that receive a red X like a fake ID would?
It would, yes.
Investigator Harris, that night, how many IDs do you recall using the IntelliCheck app on?
On that particular night altogether, approximately 10 to 12.
And what happened after all these IDs were collected and scanned on IntelliCheck?
Some of the IDs came up as fraudulent. Some of them came up with under the age of 21, and to double check the IDs.
And would you recognize some of the IDs that you scanned that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Chairperson Anderson, I'm going to present exhibits numbered 4, 5, and 6 from Investigator Harris's case report. Again, these have been marked as Exhibit A-4, A-5, and A-6 for identification.
All right.
Investigator Harris, can you see my screen with a document labeled A-4?
Yes, ma'am.
Investigator Harris, looking at Exhibit A-4, do you recognize this ID?
I do.
Did you collect this ID from a female patron at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
Yes.
Did you scan this ID on IntelliCheck?
Yes.
What was the result on IntelliCheck?
It came back as fraudulent.
Did it come up with a red X, as you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
How many times did you scan this ID on IntelliCheck?
I believe it was just a one time.
Can you read the date of birth on this ID, if possible?
June 3rd, 2006.
Was this individual 21 or older on September 21st, 2025?
No.
Thank you. Investigator Harris, we're going to turn to Exhibit -5. Let me zoom out so you can see the label. Do you recognize this ID?
Would you scroll down a little bit more, please?
Yes. You see it?
Now I can see it, yes. I do recognize the ID.
Did you collect this ID from a male patron at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025?
Yes.
Did you scan this ID on IntelliCheck?
Yes.
What was the result on IntelliCheck?
It came back as fraudulent.
What is this patron's name?
Trevor Allen. The rest of it is blacked out.
Yes, I would like to know for the board that I did redact addresses and last names just for their privacy. Can you read the date of birth for Trevor on this ID?
I believe that says June 16th, or excuse me, June 17th, 2006.
Was Trevor 21 or older on September 21st, 2025?
No.
Do you recall interacting with Trevor on September 21st, 2025?
Yes.
Did you speak to him directly?
Yes.
What did you talk to him about?
I talked about his ID and how he was worried that we were going to confiscate his ID for it being fraudulent.
And did you confiscate his ID as fraudulent?
We took it, and we had a discussion with my supervisor. So yes, we did take it.
Did you take it with you back to ABCA offices after you were at Dirty Water?
I I I can't remember whether or not we took that back or not.
Okay. Investigator Harris, we're going to move to Exhibit A-6. Do you recognize this ID?
Yes.
Collect this ID from a male patron at Dirty Water on September 21st, 2025.
Yes.
Did you scan this ID on IntelliCheck?
Yes.
And what was the result?
It came back as fraudulent.
Can you read this patron's name on the ID?
The first name is Paolo.
And what is the date of birth listed on this ID?
March 17th, 2006.
Was Paolo 21 or older on September 21st, 2025?
No.
Do you recall interacting with Paolo on September 21st, 2025?
Yes.
Did you speak to him directly?
Yes.
Do you recall what you said to him?
I do I recall what I spoke to him about? Is that the
Yes.
question? I spoke to him about his particular ID, and I asked him whether or not he was inside the establishment drinking, and he admitted to that he was inside the establishment drinking alcohol or drinking.
And thank you, Investigator Harris. I have no further questions.
You can close your screen, please. Mr. Casey.
Could I request a 5 to 10 minute recess to gather segments from the body cam footage to cross-examine Investigator Harris with?
I prefer not to take a break while we're having cross-examination. So you're asking for a break, but I prefer not to. But if you require a break, I'll grant it.
Yeah, just so I could, I mean, if the board would like to just play the full 10, 15 minutes and go about it that way, I'm also okay with that. I just don't know what's preferable here.
I'll play. I prefer not to take a break in the middle of cross-examination. So whatever you want to do, sir, let's go ahead and do it. So
Yeah, just as I'm not sure what the
Yes, Mr. Turner.
It was a mistake, sir.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Casey.
I'm just pulling up the body cam or the footage to share my screen with.
Okay. I can pause for you to figure out exactly where you want to direct him to, but I prefer not to take a formal break in the middle of a cross-examination. But if yeah.
Doesn't want to load for me anyway.
Mr. Casey, I mean, I can, as a courtesy, I can ask the government if it's the video, if the document was disclosed, I can ask the government if they can share the video.
No, I have it. So if you just give me like 2 or 3 more minutes, I just need.
Okay, no, I thought you were having issues.
No, I got it. I'm
Okay,
just trying to find the time. I don't want to
okay.
play the whole video for us.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I think I'm finally ready. Can I share my screen now, please?
I think you should have access, so hopefully you'll be successful.
So I'm going to share beginning at 1644 in the body cam footage.
What exhibit? What exhibit is this again, please?
So if it's fake, it will say unknown format. You're showing up there just under.
You're not sharing your screen, sir. I'm hearing okay. What exhibit is this again? Just for the record.
This would be the full body cam footage. So this would be my exhibit 15, beginning at minute 17.
Okay, so let's try it. Okay, so let's try again.
It says you're sharing Safari.
So more than likely they
And
are.
you're still not getting the video?
They borrowed somebody else's ID. These are all their pictures. This is all real. Then they just now.
Still no video, Mr. Chair?
No video. Audio, but no video.
Audio but no video.
It's sharing application. If you share screen, does that work better?
Yeah, let me try that, I guess.
Well, something is on the
You see the
screen.
desktop, it looks like.
Okay.
You don't see the.
Did you apply the permissions?
What would the permissions be?
I put them in the chat.
All right, so it says follow the steps to set up screen recording access for WebEx. Click on the Apple icon top left of the screen. Click System Settings. On my screen, there's no system settings.
Because I think you have Safari
Do you want me to
selected.
switch to Chrome or?
We'll just exit Safari or minimize it, and then
Okay.
you'll be able to click on the Apple logo to access the system preferences.
Okay. All right, so I have of the Apple logo, I've gone to System Preferences, and then I've hit Privacy. But or I'm in Security and Privacy, but it's not showing me the WebEx application in the left.
Did you go to screen recording?
Screen recording? So the WebEx is grayed out. Do you know what I would do to ungray it out? Do I need to close it or?
You may need to close it. You may need to reboot. We may need to pivot to Plan B if the government can share the video.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
I was gonna say, Mr. Chair, I do have access to all the videos. If Mr. Casey would like to share a timestamp with me, I can present it.
Yeah, for the first timestamp, if we just start at the 17-minute mark of the video you turned over, and roll it until the IDs are handed back to the 2 and 3 individuals.
Okay, just give me a moment to pull it together.
Thank you, ma'am. You're saying it's 17 minutes?
Yes.
You're at 16:58. Let's.
That's fine. Yeah.
Let's start there, please. Since go ahead.
I apologize. It seems like it's buffering on my end.
Yeah, yes, I know. I don't know what's going on with this video this morning.
Let me see if I have it saved to my local drive and try to share it from there.
All right.
Makes me feel better. It's not just me.
Well, it's the video is just buffering, so that's what's going on. So it's
Okay, let me share the screen that I'm on right now. So again, this is exhibit 1, just saved locally to my drive.
okay.
And I will take us to the 17-minute mark.
These are all their pictures. This is all 3 of them. So now if they're just under 21. We have to confiscate these as well, just for them being under 21, or do we just have to confiscate the fake ones?
You just confiscate the fake one.
Okay, so these are real ones. If they're just saying under 21, that's kind of what I'm saying.
That's what. Yes. Yes.
This feels fake as hell. Keep the real ones, keep or send those back. Yeah, but they was in.
It says real ID. Yes.
Yes. Okay. But over the age of 21. Okay.
Yeah.
Y'all Connecticut licenses are terrible. I could almost snap this thing. Okay. You're good.
Take a picture of the real ID. If it's a real ID, don't take it. Take a picture of it and use it for evidence. Yes. Take pictures but give them back. The fake ones will take.
Oh, those are the real ones?
These are the real ones, yes.
We'll take a picture of these.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that they're all from the same state.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor.
Okay.
Somebody more knowledge than me.
We'll just give them back to them, send them on their way, get them hell out.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the fake ones.
Technically, it wasn't a big to do. It just basically it wasn't a big to do. We just got a complaint like normal that you got underage kids in here, and we'll come in and do ID checks. The ones who are stay, the ones who aren't typically there. We found some that were.
My question is, why do none of the other establishments in DC seem to have this same level of 6 police officers accompanying you guys with them?
So I can't speak for other establishments. What I can say is, if an investigator comes to any establishment in the District of Columbia, regardless of what, right? Like, I can say, oh, I know.
Prefer.
Sorry, what was that?
I said you should skip through the conversation between me and Investigator Coates and go to when they receive their IDs back, if you'd prefer that. I don't know how long this conversation goes. But it's when investigators, yeah, like right here, you could play it.
Right, okay.
Just trying to save some time.
So we're playing from the 19-minute mark.
Thank you so
Got
much.
your IDs back.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
So really what happened tonight is it's going to be a complaint against them. It's going to be a complaint against the establishment. Still, it's the fact that all of you are under 21.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all should not be here. Y'all should not be trying to get in here.
I'm so sorry,
I
ma'am.
completely
We can stop,
understand
sorry,
the point.
right here. I'll have a little bit more in a second. Is Investigator Harris still here? I would.
Yeah, he's there for. Yeah,
I'm still here.
There.
So Investigator Harris, you testified before that these IDs for Paolo Magat and Trevor Grice were fake and that they did not receive them back. But in the video we just saw, it turned out that they were real and they did receive them back. Is that correct?
The IDs turned out to be real, but they were under the age of 21.
So they were not fake and they did receive them back.
Correct.
Okay. And earlier you stated that I was not the person checking IDs at the front entrance. Ms. Meadis, if you could please pull the video back up and go to the 13-minute mark. And if we could just play that until Investigator Harris identifies me as the person who was checking the IDs that night.
I'm going to share it again. The closest I can get to start is 12 minutes and 52 seconds.
Sure.
We'll scan them one more time. So your ID, your ID right here, that you're claiming is 100% real.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Were you in here drinking?
Yes.
So
That's why
I'm
he's
taking
getting
it.
confiscated.
You're under 18, and you just admitted it too. So that's why I'm taking all you guys' IDs, because you just admitted that you were under the age of 21 and you ain't let in here by
Also
these
admitted
guys.
that she was under the age of 21.
And you guys are under the age of
So Investigator Harris, if I wasn't the person checking IDs, why did you tell him that you were led in here by this guy?
At that particular moment in time, I meant as far as let in by this guy into your establishment that you own.
So where was the person at this point in time who you purport was at the top of the steps?
I don't know.
And you testified that there was a line waiting to get up into the establishment. Why would there be a line if they had already had their IDs checked by someone else?
They were in the process of getting their IDs checked by the person who was sitting in that chair.
But you said I was speaking to them outside of the establishment.
You were speaking to somebody outside of the establishment that was on the stairs.
Okay. And if we could go to one more clip of the video footage. I don't have the exact timestamp in the footage, but it would be at 1:32:45 a.m. So whatever that would equate to, in the based off of the 1:32:45 based upon the officer's body cam footage.
I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Casey. What are you trying to elicit from this video?
So the first two I wanted to elicit that I was actually the person who was checking IDs that night, because it was the day of 8th Street Festival, and the normal person who was checking IDs, who would be sitting in that chair that is our normal procedure, was not there. So I'm trying to elicit that on this night I was the person who was checking the IDs.
You're checking ID. Okay, fine. So,
and then for this, this is the final video clip that I want to show. So this third clip, it goes to Investigator Harris's testimony before that people started scattering as soon as the 4 police officers and the 2 investigators came in with the flashlights and asked me to turn the music off. The explanation for that is that there was
you can show the video with the smoke. I mean, I don't think it's relevant. I mean, well, we have established the fact that you were there checking ID. So if you want to show that portion of the video that disputes the fact that folks were scattering, then fine. That's fine. We can view that.
But if you don't think it's relevant, then we don't need to show it, because you're the person who decided this case.
You're making a point. So if you think it's worthwhile, I mean, I think we don't need to view the video about who was actually checking ID, since you're saying you were there. That's
okay,
fine.
yeah, so this is a separate point I'm trying to make now, though.
And that's what I'm saying. So we can show that portion of the video if you believe that it is relevant to your case. I'm not objecting to that. I was just trying to find out what it is.
Okay.
What is it that you are trying to prove?
Okay, this is like a 15-second segment too.
That's fine. Ms. Meadis, if you're able to accommodate him, please, I appreciate it, ma'am.
Yes, again, this is the timestamp on the video as 1:32:44 in the morning, correct?
Okay. Yeah, and it can play till about 1:33:10.
Okay, let me share this application again.
So these scanners don't scan.
You take my ID.
Yeah, so hold on. Step right back there. We're going to explain everything. You're good. I'm going to give you your wallet back. I don't need your wallet.
Thank you, man.
I can't get it back. You got it.
You have a good night.
You too.
Stay safe, okay?
You too.
I heard there was a shooting.
There was.
One of them. Anybody? Multiple?
They're all good.
Okay.
What? No, there's just one, stupid. You weren't here.
Okay, so in the video we just saw, one of the patrons I don't know if he testified, but knew of a shooting that had just occurred on 8th Street and believed that there was a second one. Would that not be reason for people to scatter when that volume of police officers enter the establishment?
I don't know.
Okay, so moving on. At any point in the night while you were in the establishment, did you personally observe Trevor Grice consuming an alcoholic beverage?
No.
At any point in the night, did you personally observe Paolo Magat consuming an alcoholic beverage?
No.
You didn't. So when you encounter these two patrons, you did not find any alcoholic beverages on them or near them anywhere, correct? Meaning that you have no physical evidence corroborating that either of these individuals had consumed alcohol, correct?
I can confirm that the two individuals did not have alcohol in their hands when I talked to them.
So then the sole basis for the allegations that these individuals consumed alcohol inside of dirty water is what they told you during the inspection.
When I asked them had they been drinking, they said yes.
So then you cannot testify as to whether they were permitted to. So then you cannot testify as to whether they were permitted to consume alcohol because you did not observe it, correct?
Again, when I asked them were they drinking inside of your establishment, Dirty Water, and they were under the age of 21, they stated yes.
So is it possible that what they were drinking was not an alcoholic beverage at all?
I don't know.
Okay. And when you said one of the patrons you've been drinking here, did you ask him to clarify whether he meant inside Dirty Water specifically or somewhere else on East Street that evening?
I did not clarify that. I did not ask him that question.
So then just to clarify, you did not ask if they were drinking at Dirty Water, but you asked if they were drinking here.
What I meant by drinking here, we were standing inside of Dirty Water. I asked them had they been drinking here. They said yes.
And then before either patron made a statement about drinking, did MPD officers or applicant investigators announce that identification checks were being conducted?
Yes.
Okay. So then it would undoubtedly benefit an individual to provide a real ID and claim to have been allowed in with that ID in an attempt to avoid the certain outcome of having their ID confiscated by presenting it to you, correct?
Objection. Again, this is speculative about the thought process.
I asked if it would benefit them, not about their thought process.
I'm going to sustain the objection. You can rephrase your question, sir.
Okay. Is it reasonable to assume, if not from having seen you at prior investigations at other establishments, then from earlier events in the night, having seen at least one other person have their ID confiscated, that they knew that if they provided you with their real ID, it would their fake ID, I mean, it would be confiscated? Is that a good enough rephrasing?
No.
Yes, no, kind of, sort of, maybe?
No.
All right. Another question?
So why do you think that they would have been able to give you their fake ID and not have it be confiscated?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Are there any occasions where the IntelliCheck app turns a fake ID to be real?
I don't work for IntelliCheck, so I don't know how to answer that question.
Okay, so by the time you arrived, the individuals were already in the bar, so you cannot testify today as to what identification these individuals presented to gain entry. Is that correct?
Repeat the question, please.
By the time you'd arrived, the individuals were already in the bar, so you cannot testify today under oath as to what identification document these individuals presented to gain entry, correct?
I used the IntelliCheck app on my phone, on my government issued phone, and used the ID that the patron handed to me at that time.
And you did not see what ID they had presented when they had entered the establishment because you were not there at that time, correct?
That's correct.
So you cannot corroborate their testimony that they had gained access using that real under 21 ID because you were not there at the time.
I'm not understanding your question.
At the time any of these three individuals entered the bar, you were not present, correct?
I was not there when those 3 people entered your establishment.
And because you were not present when they entered the establishment, you cannot corroborate their statements that they had entered the establishment using those under 21 real IDs.
I'm unsure how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
Well, if you were not there, how could you have possibly witnessed what ID they showed when they entered the establishment?
I went off the basis of the IDs that they handed me when I asked for them.
And once the first time that you saw which ID they had was once they're already in the establishment.
Is whatever ID that they had that they handed to me.
So again, you have no way of knowing what ID they handed to me at the front door.
I wasn't there, so I wasn't there when they made entry into your establishment.
Okay, thank you. So just to summarize, it is your testimony today that you are not able to corroborate through your independent investigation how these individuals gained entry, nor if they consumed any alcohol during the investigation outside of their hearsay, correct?
I asked them the question, would they be drinking inside of your establishment? They confirmed that they had been drinking in your establishment and also claimed and said that they were under the age of 21.
But you did not personally see them drinking.
I did not personally see them drinking. That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Harris, you said that young people were admitted to having had beverages in the establishment that were also underage.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Any other questions by any board members? Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. At any time of that 1 a.m. till you left the establishment, did Mr. Casey mention to you that those patrons presented different identification to himself?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Harris, do you know the accuracy rate for IntelliCheck?
I do not, sir.
Assuming that it has a very high percentage rate, would such an app have, if it had been used by the establishment, caught the fake and underage IDs on entry?
Yes, sir.
If someone got in using an underage and somehow they use the year and not the date and month to say they were 21, but they were still 20, is it reasonable that they could buy beverages while they were in the bar as long as they got through the door?
I would say it would be reasonable to say that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Casey, any recross based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, Investigator Harris, it's true that IntelliCheck is not commercially available to bars, but it's only commercially available to financial institutions. Is that correct?
as far as I know about IntelliCheck, that is not correct.
I have no other question besides that.
Ms. Ramirez, any redirect?
No, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Mr. Harris, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Does the government have another witness?
No, Mr. Chair, the government rests.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, do you have a witness you wish to call?
So before we start, I'd like to move that the charges be dismissed because the government did not make a prima facie case. The charges to be dismissed because the government did not meet their burden and cannot prove the charges by substantial evidence with a case entirely relying on uncorroborated hearsay. As a Court of Appeals held in Wallace versus District Unemployment Compensation Board at 72, since substantial evidence includes more than uncorroborated hearsay and more than a mere scintilla, the findings to be valid cannot be based on hearsay alone, nor upon hearsay corroborated by a mere scintilla. The district has been unable to meet this burden because the sole word that was spoken in support of the district's case was spoken by someone who is not here today and was unable to be corroborated by anyone who was able to offer anything more than speculation as to what they may have been drinking. Because the individuals are not here today and the witnesses the district has made available were only able to testify to hearsay allegations that they did not observe, the district has been unable to corroborate the coerced hearsay allegations by anything more than a mere scintilla. For these reasons, and for the reasons elaborated in my opening statement, which I'm happy to restate if the board would like, I'm requesting that the board dismiss the charges based upon the government being unable to make a prima facie case for either of the charges.
Well, hearsay is admitted. It is admissible in these type of proceedings.
Correct.
In order, but however, so I'm going to deny your motion at this juncture. I want to develop a record. If this matter is appealed, I want to have a clear record. So I'm going to deny your motion. However, we will revisit your motion in our determination. So at this juncture, I'm going to deny it, but we will. What I'll ask you to do. What I'll ask you to do is to. All right, and also, you're saying it's hearsay, and I'm stating if it's hearsay. If it's hearsay, it's admissible in these type of proceedings. However, it's not hearsay because the minor itself, I mean, based on the video that we have, the minor stated that they were not 21 and they were drinking. That is what was established on the record.
So the
However,
fact that they made the statement is not in dispute. The fact that whether they actually did it is absolutely hearsay.
as I said, I'm going to hold your rather than denying it. What I'm stating is that we're going to hold it in abeyance. I want to develop a complete record. I want to have a complete record, but we'll address your motion in our decision. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So what is it that you? What is it? How do you plan to proceed so I can decide what we're going to do?
So I plan to proceed with self-examination, but I would like to ask for like a few minutes again because there was a piece of the body cam footage where I told investigator coach that I was the person who was checking IDs that night, and I would like to present that before I begin self-examining myself.
All right. What I'm going to do is that we've been going at this for 2 hours. I know it's going to mess up the rest of the day, but it's 12:30. Let's take a 10-minute break. So we're off the record for 10 minutes. Okay? All right. All right, we're back in the record. Where's Mr. Casey? Oh, Mr. Casey?
Yeah, did you see me?
Yes, all right. All right, so so you said that you're gonna be you're gonna testify?
It's correct.
All right, can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
Yep.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
I just asked this in the chat, but would it be possible to please play from 2130 to 2150 of the body cam footage?
Yes, I can do that. Would you like that right now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen of the exhibit that is the body cam footage, starting at the timestamp 21:28 as requested.
People called and then we show up, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have the door guys. I don't think the bartenders, if we're carded at the door, that they'd need to go do that. But I mean, tonight I was the one at the door, so it's everything tonight falls on me because I was the one checking your
Oh, Miss Casey, you weren't paying attention inside my class after I had sent you to class.
You didn't have to send me the
No,
homework.
I was gonna say, hold on now, you gonna have to get an assignment. But on the backside of that, if a bartender, yes, you check IDs, right? But if I'm the bartender and this little girl comes past, I'm gonna say in my head, oh, I don't know if Mr. Casey got this person or if they got past them or maybe it was a fake ID. This person
At
is.
this point. Sorry. All right. The video that was just played reflects a statement I made to Investigator Coates on the night in question that I was the individual checking the IDs. Investigator Coates entered the establishment at the same time as Investigator Harris and had observed me checking the IDs. That statement was true when I made it, and it remains true today. The scanner logs further reflect that I was actively scanning IDs during the relevant period. The logs are consistent with my recollection as I was performing ID checking duties that evening. And if I could share my screen, I would like to enter the scanner logs from our ID scanner into evidence.
What exhibits are these, sir?
This would be my exhibit. I think this is my exhibit 2.
Well, for the record, sir, you have to be sure, you have to be certain what exhibit if you want to move documents evidence. So that's why I'm asking you to have a complete record. I need to know what exhibits we're talking about.
Okay, let me double check. I'm almost positive it's exhibit 2, but just to be sure. No, actually, this would be exhibit 15. Or no, exhibit 14. It's definitely exhibit 14. I'm sorry.
All right, so what are exhibit number 14?
Exhibit 14 is our scanner log, and I'm hoping I'm going to be able to share my screen on this.
I guess what I'm saying.
Sorry, Chair, Mr. Chair, you can go. I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off. But
if you can play, then play. If not, I'll ask a question. So what is your scanner log?
It's going to show, as I mentioned in the subpoena request, it's going to show the 3 IDs that these individuals had presented on that night and the birth date associated with them to dispute their claim that they presented under 21 IDs.
All right, all right. Are we talking about exhibit 4, 5, and 6 for these 3?
No, we're talking about exhibit 14. These are not the exhibits that were excluded in Lamine before the.
No, but I'm saying, so we're not talking about these 3 individuals. We're talking about we're talking about a different individual.
No, we're talking about these same 3 individuals.
All right, so the same
Century
three,
Bryce
okay,
and
those
Madot.
individuals, they provide real IDs, and the IDs that they provided clearly stated that they were under 21 and they got their IDs back because these were legitimate IDs, right? Is that right? All right, so we have established that. So you want to show scanner logs to say what? To say that these same three IDs that were
Well, no, it's
provided.
different IDs. It's the standard logs are to show the actual IDs that were provided because they were the same name and the different address.
So you're saying
Address and
that.
birthday that shows them as over 21.
So you're
So it's to
saying
show that
that.
they presented over 21 fraudulent IDs, and then they gave their real IDs to the investigators to avoid having their fake IDs confiscated. And in a subpoena request, I requested the scanner logs using the exhibits from the places where we know that they were drinking at to corroborate the same information on those IDs, and this board denied that request. Because this board argued that the government is not contesting the validity of those IDs in their subpoena response.
Because all right, the exhibit 4, 5, and 6 that we had testimony on.
Correct.
These three students, we all agree that these were legitimate, real IDs that they provided. Is that correct?
That they provided to the investigators, yes.
So you're saying that they provide a different ID to you.
Correct.
And you're going to provide your scanalog to say that they provide you a different ID.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just having issues starting my screen again.
So
if you try joining via the web browser, that may help.
The web browser of the. Oh, you want me to close out the WebEx app? Okay, let me try that. Yes, I know last time we had a hearing, I didn't have these issues, so that might be the issue.
I'll elevate you once you come back if you want to
Okay,
try
I'll
that.
drop off real quick. All right. Am I here? Could you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right.
You're gonna try to share your screen.
I'm trying. We got it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's about time. There you go. All right. So the first ID here, I have it highlighted is for Ms. Stensrud. She that at the night in question, she showed an ID with all the applicable information here, with the date of birth of August 3rd, 2004. August 3rd, 2004 would have made her 21 at the time of the event because the investigation took place in September of 2025, which would have been a little bit over a month after she had turned 21. The second two is were right one after the other. Mr. Grice presented an ID from a New York ID that presented his birthday as May 17th of 2004, which would have made him 4 months over the age of 21. And Mr. McGott presented an ID from Pennsylvania that would have made him 6 months over the age of 21 at the time of the investigation. So I would like to move Exhibit 14 into evidence.
Ms. Meadus?
No objection at this time.
Without objection to Exhibit 14. Okay, go ahead.
All right. The standard logs further reflect that I was actively scanning IDs during the relevant period. The logs are consistent with my recollection that I was performing ID checking duties that evening. I have substantial experience checking identification documents at licensed establishments. As part of my regular responsibilities, I examine the IDs for signs of alteration, forgery, or other irregularities, and I routinely deny entry when I believe an ID is invalid or when I'm unable to verify a person's age. On the night in question, I turned away multiple individuals because I was not satisfied that they should be lawfully admitted. I was actively performing my responsibilities and exercising judgment regarding the identifications presented to me. Based upon my review of the identification presented by the individuals involved in this matter, I did not observe any obvious indicia of that the IDs presented by these three individuals were fraudulent. Had I observed characteristics that led me to believe those IDs were fake, I would not have admitted those individuals. I would also like to point out that I'm particularly familiar with Pennsylvania driver's licenses because I personally hold a Pennsylvania driver's license. Two of the three IDs alleged to be fake in this matter were Pennsylvania IDs. As a result of my personal familiarity with the appearance and features of the Pennsylvania identification, I strongly believe that I would have been especially attentive to any obvious irregularities or defects within these IDs. To my knowledge, none of the IDs presented displayed obvious characteristics that would have alerted me that they were fraudulent. My actions that evening were consistent with the training I received from ABCA, experience, and the ordinary practices when checking identification. That's all I have.
That's all you have?
I mean,
No,
I don't know. I mean, I'm just raising, like, if in the event that you are not, that for some reason you change from the way the board has previously decided on both of these charges, I'm just doing this to raise the affirmative defense. But I would hope that the board would remain consistent with their previous findings, and we would not need to do this.
All right, Miss. All right, no, I just want to make sure you're ready for cross-examination. That's what yeah. Miss Meadus, any cross-examination of the witness?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. Casey, you mentioned using an ID scanner. How does this ID scanner work?
So it's a TokenWorks ID scanner. So you would scan the barcode on the back of the individual's identification, and then it would tell you how old they were, and they would verify that the barcode is a valid barcode, and it's not just like some random barcode, like a picture of a barcode that somebody put on there, like it's actually encoded with all of the accurate information that matches what's on the front of the ID.
So in this circumstance, a barcode simply represents the information that's printed on the front of an ID. It does not have information that ties it to a state.
Well, no, it would tie it to a state, as you saw in the Exhibit 14, because the state would be on the front of the ID because of the address. So because the address is on the front of the ID, it would pull in their address.
Does this barcode have information that could validate whether or not this ID was issued by a state government?
Well, yes, because if the barcode does not accurately reflect the information on the front of the ID and it's not properly encoded, then it would turn up as fraudulent, or there would be issues with mismatched data. So for example, if it's telling you that somebody's like 11 feet tall when the information on the front of the ID is telling you that they're 5'7", obviously that's an issue with whoever made the ID and inaccurately encoded the barcode. So it's a fraudulent ID because whoever did the encoding on that barcode messed it up, or didn't think it would ever be scanned, or for whatever reason, it would just obviously be fraudulent. So I would deny that person. And then obviously, if it turns, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. From your understanding of these codes, does scanning a barcode tell you whether or not an ID is valid or not fraudulent?
It's one of a number of things you would use. Obviously, you would want to blacklight the ID to make sure that all of the holographs and all of the security features are on the ID. You'd want to examine the ID to make sure that everything else is real on the ID. So it's a tool in a tool chest. It's not in itself dispositive, but it is dispositive of the idea that they would have presented a under 21 ID at the door, because if they presented an under 21 ID at the door, then that barcode would have brought back the under 21 ID, and that's what would be represented in the scanner log, and not the over 21 ID that I presented in Exhibit 14.
So you mentioned a black light. Do you typically use a black light when you examine IDs?
Yeah, so I use a black light when we examine IDs, and it's the first time that as I've mentioned before in previous hearings with this board, our practice is that when it's the first time we see an ID, it'll tell us on the ID scanner that it's the first time that ID had been shown at this establishment. So that time we would use a black light and we would go through all the security features. After the first time, like you can't spend 2 to 3 minutes looking at an ID and black light it every single time. So the first time, yes, you would go through it with a black light, but after that, you're not going to do it every single time. No.
Mr. Casey, I would like to take a moment to talk about the ID scanner log view presented as Exhibit 14. We don't have to look at it just for these questions. So does your data sheet have a timestamp for every entry?
It does not.
Does your data show the date that the entry was made?
It does not.
And how did you download this data from the scanner?
It's a text file, so I would send myself the text file, and then I would have to put it in Excel and then convert it from a text file to an Excel sheet, so that it would be readable before the board. I didn't think the board would want to be trouncing through unsorted data today.
Is this text file editable by you?
Yeah, it's a text file, so it's editable by anyone.
Is the Excel sheet that you created editable by you?
Yeah, it's editable.
So you showed us this spreadsheet. Do you know what the time period that the spreadsheet is from? Is it from the last year or further back?
It would have been since we got the ID scanner, so that would have been since January of 2024. But obviously, if their IDs were from, like, what we saw from the IDs that they presented, they were within 2020. They were recently 21 within, I think the oldest one was 6 months after 2025. So the first time that they had entered the establishment would have been at that point.
So this spreadsheet tells you every single time someone's ID has been scanned at Dirty Water.
This is a log of every ID that has been scanned at Dirty Water, correct?
Would it be fair to say that this is a log of every time somebody has entered dirty water?
Yeah, it would be fair. Well, I mean, no, it probably wouldn't be fair to say that because, I mean, for example, if a member of this board or anybody who's obviously of age, like I'm not going to card a 70-year-old person and scan their ID, so they wouldn't be a part of that law. So no, I guess that wouldn't be fair.
So you don't scan every ID for every person that enters into your establishment?
No, I think if somebody is very obviously over the age of 50 or 60 and they obviously show wrinkles, like if Chairman Anderson came to Dirty Water tonight, I would probably not scan his ID. I might check his ID, but I don't think that I would be scanning it and blacklighting it. And if I did, he would probably assume that I'm an unreasonable person.
Okay. Mr. Casey, I would like to, we'll take a look at the exhibit now. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Can you let me know if you can see your spreadsheet?
Yeah, I can see it.
Mr. Casey, do you know how to order spreadsheets by the data that's in them?
Yes.
So would you mind if I organize this by last name and first name?
Sure, go ahead.
So we'll let the record show that I have organized this by column D, last name A to Z, and I'm now going to go ahead and order it by first name A to Z. Mr. Casey, one of the individuals in this case, his name is Trevor, correct?
Correct.
Has Trevor been to your establishment more than once?
I couldn't tell you if he's been there before that night. It's certainly possible.
Has he been there after that night?
I would hope not.
If he came after that night, would his ID have been scanned?
Yes, it would have been scanned.
So if he came after that night, his ID would have been scanned. That would make it on this spreadsheet, correct?
It would make it on that spreadsheet, correct? Yeah, it would put it on that spreadsheet.
So I'm going to quickly scroll down this spreadsheet. Let's take a look. We're looking at rows 33 and 34, Abigail Augustine. Mr. Casey, is all of this the same information across these two rows?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, there might be a small abnormality somewhere, just the weird thing in the data that it ended up there twice, but yeah, it is. Normally, it wouldn't show the same person twice. But I mean, I see on there that there's a number of them that it does show up like that, so yeah.
So in your experience, say if Abigail Augustine came 3 times, she would only be on this log 1 time?
Yeah, normally that's the way it works.
So let's scroll a little further down. We see, again, 42 and 43, Abigail Lee DEI. We see 2 that as well.
Correct.
So would it?
There is a little bit of a difference, and so if you look on column I, there's just a little bit of a. It looks like there's 2 separate. Yeah, I don't know what the.
It looks like it just says PA and PA. Is that correct?
I guess it would be column L. Like there's 2 separate like driver's license ID numbers on column M. So it looks like they had gotten a new driver's license at some point, so that's why it showing up differently.
So let's look at what column L is. Do you see what the description is at the top of column L?
It's a document expiration date.
No, column L.
Date of birth.
So back to this example we were looking at, 42 and 43. 42, the date of birth. Can you read that aloud for me?
11/08/2006.
And the date of birth in 43. Can you read that aloud for me?
That would be 10/1/2004.
So in your experience, when IDs are scanned multiple times, they should be in the same row, correct?
Well, these are obviously 2 separate IDs.
So let's take a look now. Would you mind if I search this sheet for the name Trevor just to make this go quicker?
Oh, you're fine. I know there's a lot in there.
See if I can pull it up. Mr. Casey, do you see this highlighted row?
Yeah, I did that highlighting just to make it to call out the people we're looking at.
Do you see the name Trevor Allen Grice repeated anywhere else on this sheet?
No, it does not look to have repeated. No.
So your experience, this means that he entered at least once using this ID, correct?
Yes, and the date of birth on the ID is May 17th of 2004, which would have made him 21.
But this sheet doesn't tell us when he presented you this ID, does it?
No, it doesn't, but it does tell us that he did present that ID and that he had never presented the ID that he presented the investigators.
Let's look again. Let's look at the other individual in this case, which was Paolo.
Correct.
Again, Mr. Casey, do you see that highlighted row?
Yes, I do.
And what is the name associated with this row?
It's Paolo Magot.
And is there a timestamp for when this ID was scanned?
No, the system does not provide a timestamp. Like I said, this is a log of everyone who's been at the establishment, so it's only going to appear once, so there wouldn't be a timestamp. It just says that at some point this ID had been scanned.
Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing this exhibit. Mr. Casey, are you the only person who ever checks IDs at Dirty Water?
No, I'm not.
How many of your employees typically check IDs?
I mean, well, it varies. So I have one person who would normally check the IDs. When he's not there, which was the case this night, I was the one checking it. And then there's also times where I might have contracted security who's doing it, but that's a very, very rare occasion. And in that case, I would give them the same instructions that I explained before, where if somebody comes for the first time, then I would want them to flag that for me so that me or somebody that I trust more can go over and look over that ID with a black light and make sure that it has all the applicable security features.
And do these other individuals who check IDs use the scanner every time?
Every time where it's reasonable, yes.
And you've observed them using the scanner every time?
Yes.
Even though you just testified that sometimes when you're not there, there's an employee who does the scanning, right?
Yeah. Well, what are you getting at here?
Mr. Casey, are you standing there watching your employees scan every ID when he is at the door?
No, that'd be ridiculous.
So, Mr. Casey, do you know if he uses this ID scanner every time he looks at an ID at the door of Dirty Water?
I'm going to object to this as irrelevant because this case is only about tonight, or not tonight, but the night in question when I was the one checking ID. So whatever anybody else is doing on some other night is not relevant.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer the question if you can.
Can you restate the question, please?
Yes, the question was, do you know if the other employee who checks IDs uses the scanner every time somebody enters Dirty Water?
I cannot affirmatively say that, but I know that that's the way it's trained, and I have not seen this person not use the ID scanner.
So, Mr. Casey, could there be an occasion when somebody goes to Dirty Water and gets in without their ID being scanned?
Could there be an occasion? Yes. Did it happen on the night in question? No. And I can testify to that because I was the person who was there checking the IDs on that night.
Could there be an occasion that somebody enters and, I'm sorry, let me scratch that question. So, Mr. Casey, earlier you mentioned that these individuals, Trevor and Paolo, we will exclude the other one for this moment, they presented fraudulent IDs to you with different information, correct?
Yeah.
And you personally looked at these IDs and observed their condition.
Correct.
Do you have any photos of these IDs?
No, I don't take photos of every ID that like. It would be unreasonable to take a photograph of every single ID who comes through the door.
Has anybody else seen these IDs?
No, I will point out though that the IDs would have been on their person that night, so the government would have been in best position to have attained them if they would have searched these individuals, which they did not do.
Mr. Casey, when Trevor and Paolo gave their IDs to MPD and ABCA, were you standing there?
Yes.
Mr. Casey, at that time, did you know that they had used other IDs to get in?
Yes.
And Mr. Casey, you didn't say anything to MPD or ABCA to advise them of your knowledge?
I mean, I told them that I checked the ID of every single person in the bar and that they were all over 21. So I would assume that that blanket statement would cover everyone in the bar. I don't think I need to stand at every single person and say, yes, this person provided a different ID. It should be obvious.
So you're saying that you were there, you saw them hand real IDs to the investigators, and you heard one of them say, I showed this to get in, and you didn't dispute that.
I disputed as soon as I got there when I told them that I was the one checking IDs.
Mr. Casey, weren't you standing there when the IDs were collected and scanned?
Yes, I was standing there.
Weren't you there when the young man had said that he showed his real ID to you to get in?
Yes, I was there.
And Mr. Casey, you did not object to that statement, even though you knew it was false.
Like I said, I don't need to get into an argument with every single person. That's the job of the investigators.
So, Mr. Casey, you said you hoped that these young men, Trevor and Paolo, hadn't entered your establishment after September 21st, 2025, right?
Correct.
Would you know if they entered your establishment after that date?
I would know if they entered the establishment from the time that you had provided me with their names and their real IDs, because I had added a flag to our ID scanner to flag those IDs as fraudulent.
Mr. Casey, would you recognize a photo of Trevor Grice?
Yeah, I probably would.
And you're familiar with his Instagram account, correct?
Well, after you gave me his information, I searched for it to find it, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would like to present what has been marked as an impeachment exhibit, Exhibit C. So I'm going to share my screen with this. Mr. Casey, can you see the document marked as Government Exhibit C?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what this web page is?
It looks like Instagram.
Do you see an account name on this web page?
Trevor Grice.
Mr. Casey, is that the same account that you have looked at in the past?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Casey, looking at this photograph on page 1 of Exhibit C, do you recognize anybody who is not blacked out?
Well, yeah, that's obviously the person we're talking about.
And Mr. Casey, are you familiar with the location that this photo was taken?
Yeah, this photo was taken at Dirty Water, obviously, but we have no idea when this photo was taken.
So, Mr. Casey, do Instagram posts have dates when they were posted?
They have dates when they are posted, but they do not have the dates when they were taken.
Mr. Casey, what date was this posted?
This was posted December 20th, and judging by his attire, I highly doubt that it was taken in December with him wearing a t-shirt.
Mr. Casey, can you describe the t-shirt that you see in this photo?
It's blue.
Okay. Mr. Casey, let's look at this second photograph. Do you recognize anybody in this photograph?
It's no, I don't recognize anyone in that photograph. I mean, I think it's probably reasonable to assume that the person with the goggles on is Trevor Grice, though.
Was Mr. Grice wearing goggles in the other photo we looked at that you identified him in?
No, he wasn't wearing them in that photo.
Let's go back to page 1. Mr. Casey, do you see red goggles on Mr. Grice's person?
Oh, now that I look for it, I do, yes.
Thank you. Going back to Mr. Casey, can you read what the shirt says? I can zoom in for you as well.
It says Champions 2025-2026.
And these young men are wearing the same shirt, correct?
That would be correct.
Can you read the word that is in the top logo on this shirt
It says
above
Landmark.
Champions?
Yeah, it says Landmark.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. I'm going to stop sharing this. Mr. Casey, are you familiar with the Landmark Championship?
I believe it's an NCAA conference.
I'm going to now present what is marked as Government's Exhibit D. Oh, Mr. Chair, I would like to move to admit Government's Exhibit C.
Any objection?
Yeah, I'm going to object that it's not relevant. We don't know when these photos were taken, and they obviously weren't taken on the night in question. So I don't see how they're relevant.
All right.
I don't know if he's developing something further where maybe later they may be relevant, but at this point, I don't deem them to be relevant.
The document has a date of, at least it was posted November of 25. That's what I saw.
Yeah, so we know when it was posted. We don't know when it was taken.
But if it was posted November of 25, and it has celebrated, and so it was, we know that it was a picture that was taken prior to November of 25. That if it was posted in November of 25, we are aware that it was taken on or before November of 25. Is that right? I'm gonna.
I will agree with that, but I'll also say that we don't know that it was taken on the night in question. This hearing is about September 21st. It's not about any other day in 2025. And I don't see anything in this exhibit that tells us it was taken on September 21st of 2025.
Mr. Chair, I have a further exhibit to continue this line of questioning if you would like to see that.
So why don't we pause you moving exhibit C in evidence? So let's move to whatever other exhibit you have, and then you can jointly then propose to move all. If they're deemed relevant, then you can jointly put all the exhibits together. What's the other exhibit then we're looking at?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now sharing my screen with what is marked as Government's Exhibit D.
Okay.
Mr. Casey, earlier you identified the shirt worn by Mr. Grice as saying Landmark Champions, correct?
Yes.
And you agreed that that is an NCAA conference.
Correct.
Mr. Casey, looking at Exhibit D, can you describe what this is?
It looks like it's a press release from when they won the Landmark Conference on November 5th.
Let's look a little bit closer, Mr. Casey. There's a photograph on this page, correct?
Yeah, and I guess it'd probably be reasonable to assume that Trevor Grice is in there somewhere, if that's what you're getting at.
Mr. Casey, is there a caption underneath the photograph?
It says, McCallott's game-winning score secures Catholic's third straight conference championship.
Is there a date on that caption?
It is dated November 9th of 2025.
Mr. Casey, on this webpage, does it list the date of the championship game?
I mean, it would probably be November 9th, I would guess.
Let's
November
zoom in
8th, actually. November 8th.
Okay, so Mr. Casey, you agree that the championship game occurred on November 8th.
That's correct.
And Mr. Casey, the men pictured in the picture that we were just discussing, they're all wearing a t-shirt that says Landmark Champions, correct?
Yeah, they are.
And Mr. Casey, do you see Trevor Grice in this photograph?
I do not, but if you're saying he's in the photograph, I'm going to trust your judgment. We don't need to. Yeah, just there. Probably that one
Mr.
right
Casey, you see Trevor Grice in this photograph?
there. Yeah, he's there.
So, Mr. Casey, did Mr. Grice receive this t-shirt then?
He would have either received it this year or the previous 2 years when they won the Landmark Conference Championship.
Mr. Casey, let's go back to look at Exhibit C.
Oh, yeah. Well, then I guess we received it that night.
So, Mr. Casey, Trevor Grice, in this photograph, you agreed that he was at Dirty Water, correct?
I agree.
And he is wearing a shirt that he received on November 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct. So we can narrow it down between November 8th and the end of December. And judging by the goggles he has on, we can probably assume it's probably November 8th into November 9th that this photograph was taken.
Mr. Casey, earlier you stated that you would have known if Mr. Grice entered your establishment after September 2025, correct?
I would have known if he entered the establishment presenting the same ID that he had presented after you had given me that information, and I was able to act on it and put that build that into our scanner. Yes.
Mr. Casey, you said you put a flag on his ID, right?
Correct. So then what if it was scanned on the scanner, it would show up as fraudulent.
And Mr. Casey, earlier we discussed Mr. Grice's real ID. Do you recall what age he is? Age he was around this time?
I want to say he's 20.
So, Mr. Casey, he was 20 years old on the date that he was wearing this shirt at Dirty Water, correct?
That'd be correct.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Mr. Chair, I would like to move to admit Exhibits C and D.
Again, objection because it's not relevant. One, it's a separate night, and two, we have no idea how he obtained entry on that night. He could have been using, for example, his brother's real ID that's over 21 that looks just like him. This is completely irrelevant.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to admit Exhibit C and D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is the end of my cross-examination.
Any questions by any board members? Mr. Jones?
Just a few questions. So, Mr. Casey, you've testified and we've reviewed certain evidence with certain underage people being in your bar. What's your stance on this, them being admitted to your bar? Is it okay? Is it something that you routinely practice? Is it something that you market? How is it that they keep finding their way to your bar?
I mean, it's not something we market, but when you have a young professional crowd and your crowd tends to be in like the 21 to 25 range, you're going to have people who are under 21 trying to get in there. And like I said before, I mean, these individuals, like, they got into Mission, they got into Mad Hatter, they get into Royal Sands, they get into Bullpen, they get into Dubliner, presumably all using the same ID. So I don't think this is necessarily an issue with us particularly having a substandard method of checking IDs. I think that this is just their IDs would get in anywhere, as we would have shown if we were allowed to enter exhibits 3 to 13 into evidence.
You know, I've become familiar with you over the last, year and some change here. And I believe that, there's some recurring issues. So, evaluating that this seems to be a recurring issue, tell me how this situation does not meet the 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 level of evidence necessary for the government to prove their case.
Well, we don't know what they were. Well, are you asking for a conclusion of law in that question, or I'm
Well,
not sure what the
tell
question
me
is
why
before.
you think the government hasn't met its burden.
I mean, I think I did that in the my opening statement. I mean, I don't want to object to a board member's question, but I do want to say that this is asking for a conclusion of law, and I would prefer to make that in a proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in a closing statement rather than now.
Okay, I will draw the question. Um, and you mentioned that certain people that look a certain age likely would not find themselves on your log of admitted guests. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
What of age did you say that was about?
I would say like 40 or 50.
So people 40 or 50 years old wouldn't make it to the log because you could eyeball them and say, yep, they're good to go. You'll let them in.
But if you have gray hair, like, I think we probably don't need to like scan your ID. We can probably just, like, I think there's a level of reasonableness that should be asserted.
So 40 or 50 will get you into the bar without an ID with the gray hair.
I mean, like, obviously, if like somebody obviously dyes their hair gray to try to get into the bar, like, that's not going to happen. But I mean, I don't think that there's any set number where it's like at this point you're going to like not scan their ID. But I think that there's a level of reasonableness that's involved where, I mean, like, so when you, for example, when you take the underage or whatever it is, fake ID training that ABCA provides, they say that you'll probably never see certain military IDs because anybody who would be providing that military ID would have served in World War II, so you probably wouldn't be asking them for the ID. So it's kind of that level of reasonableness that I think is applied where, I mean, if somebody is very obviously over the age of 21, then you're just not going to scan their ID.
So you would not scan the chairperson's ID?
No, I would not scan his ID. I would not scan Mr. Meadows' ID. It depends on the day, I guess, but
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
No further questions.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Casey, I am not going to use your statement against you for not checking my ID. I'm quite aware that I'm older, and I'm quite aware that I wrote in some notes when you were previously before us on June 4th of 25 that you said you were checking your ID with telecheck. Is that correct?
No, you would have been referring to Ms. Dantzler, who has IntelliCheck.
Okay.
My knowledge, the only establishment within DC that has IntelliCheck is ABCA. If ABCA would like to provide us access to IntelliCheck, I have no issue with using that starting as soon as we get it, but we do not have access to that.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have Ms. Dantzler written here. I just wanted to follow that. With what you created, these Excel spreadsheets, so you mentioned earlier in your testimony that you would scan the barcode, it would send the data to it would send a text to you, and then you would transfer that text into an Excel. Is that what you were mentioning?
So it is a text file. It's sent you, it would input your email and it sends you the text file. And then I uploaded that to Excel and I converted the text file to an Excel sheet so that it could be easily readable by the board today. And you wouldn't have to go through tranches of unstructured text data and we could just look at the spreadsheet.
Okay, but on the spreadsheet, though, it has no dates and no time, but the text would have a date and time, would it not?
No, I don't believe it
Or
would.
the
Because
email.
I believe that I believe there may be a way to do that. What I chose to export though was just a log of everybody who had ever had their ID scanned on the scanner to show that they had never even presented those under 21 IDs at the door.
Okay, but you don't. I was just
Because like
looking
I
for
said,
a
if
date
somebody
and a
came
time.
twice, then it wouldn't show up more than once because it's just a log of, it's essentially a customer list is what I
I'm just
presented the
asking
exhibit.
for one time when they come in, you
Mm-hmm.
scan it, it sends a text to you, or it sends a text to an email.
No, so I had to manually get that data out of the machine.
Okay.
So it's not every time somebody comes in. So it's stored on the machine or the scanner, whatever you want to call it. But that scanner has Wi-Fi capability to export the log to an email address.
But it doesn't, then you don't have any evidence of an export date? Or do you just wait like at the end of the week, end of the month, you export?
This was the first time I've exported it because I would really have no reason to need that data on a daily basis.
Okay. But you were also saying that if it's in there once, it wouldn't be in there twice. But we've seen, even with the 3 individuals, one of them was definitely in there with 2 different ID numbers. We saw that. 2 different birthdays. We saw that. But you
Well,
have nothing.
those would have been sorry, those would have been 2 separate IDs. So for example,
Correct.
one of
I'm
them
not
could have
discounting
been,
that.
well, yeah, no. So like one of them would have been someone's fake ID, and whether they got in with that ID or not, I don't know, because the first thing you would do is you scan it before you look at it. And then the second one would have been them once they were over 21 with what would have been presumably their real ID, because when you look at the birth dates, you have one of them which was under 21, and then one of them which was over 21. Or
Yeah.
not over under 21, but they have different birth dates. Like the only thing that was different on those 2 IDs was their birth date. Everything else was the same. So it was the same person. It was a different ID. So it creates a log of each ID that was scanned, not each individual person. So for example, if 2 people with the same name
I
came
got
in,
it. I understand that. I'm just saying that you think the log would also create a date and a time of when you scanned it. That's, it would seem standard.
I believe it does. I just didn't. I was more concerned with showing that they didn't they didn't show the real under 21 ID. So that wasn't. I mean, if the board would like me to provide us, I don't know if this is allowable, like a supplemental exhibit with that information, I'm happy to do that from the night in question. I don't know if that's
not
allowed.
once this hearing is over, the record is closed.
Okay, so I'll end my testimony on my questions on that. Thank you, Mr. Casey. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, any other questions on board members? I guess let me ask you a question, Mr. Casey. So what is your target audience? What age is it? Do you allow patrons under 21 or is it 21 or older to enter the establishment?
It depends on the day. So I mean, as far as target audience goes, I mean, most of your target audience is going to be like Capitol Hill staffers, Boston sports fans, like earlier in the day. Later at night, it admittedly does trend younger, like most places would be. But I mean, it would depend on the day, I guess, is the answer to that question.
So you're saying that you do allow an individual under 21 to enter the establishment, is that correct?
Yes, but they would not be served alcohol. They would be clearly marked as under 21.
So how is it
And this
that
is just to say that this on this night in question, it was over 21. It was not.
But all right, but you're saying that. So you're saying how how is it that this night in question was over 21?
Teaches that was just our policy for that night. So, like for example, like if you look at like nightclubs in DuPont Circle, for example, like they'll have nights where they're 18 plus, and they'll have nights where they're 21 plus, depending on like what's going on that night. So, like if you have a promoter who wants to like run an event and like they know they're going to get a lot of college students that they wouldn't otherwise get if they didn't allow under 21 people in. They would allow people in under 21, charge them a cover, but then you just don't allow them to consume alcohol on that night. You would mark them. You look confused. I don't like that.
All right, now well, yeah, okay. So I think if I heard correctly, this night in question was the night in question of the H Street Festival. I think you had talked about the H Street Festival. If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Yeah, so this was the day of the 8th Street Festival. Our door guy during the day, he didn't want to work 16 hours and like work through the day into the night. So that's why I was the person checking IDs on this instance. Normally I wouldn't be the person there, but on this night in question I was.
And so on this night in question, well, you're saying that it was 21 or over on this night in question.
Correct.
All right. All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? Ms. Metis, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, just briefly. Mr. Casey, you mentioned that some nights at your bar, you do allow patrons in under the age of 21, right?
They are allowed to enter the establishment. They are not allowed to drink at the establishment.
Do you recall discussing this topic with Investigator Coates on September 21st, 2025?
Yes, and at the so they're the ones who told me that I should consider doing that. So that way, as we discussed in the body cam footage. Sorry. As we discussed in the body cam footage, they were saying that it'd be better if I just did 18 plus on some nights, so that way people wouldn't feel like they needed to present a fake ID, and they could just come and, if they didn't plan on drinking, they could come and just be at the bar and be out with their friends. Whether or not they pregame and drink before they enter the bar is their decision. But like once they got to the establishment, they wouldn't have to present a fake ID. They could just present their real under 21 ID and still be there and pay a cover. So it was after that discussion that we changed the policy on some nights at the request of. Go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Casey, in that discussion, did you tell Investigator Coates a reason why you haven't done 18 plus nights before?
It really just hadn't occurred to me. I don't want to get the kind of the reputation as being like the bar where like under 21, like be like an ultra bar, like a Zebby's Garden or like those type of places where like they're kind of known that they do a lot of like 18 plus nights where like you'd be around people of that age, just because it's not all that the majority of our clientele would be older. Like for example, if you came on a football Sunday, the average age is probably going to be in like late 30s, early 40s. So I want to make sure that I don't lose that crowd. Like I kind of explained to her, I believe during the body cam footage, so that's why I didn't do it before. But I mean, just talking with her. Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Casey, would you recognize this clip of the body cam footage?
No, but if I said something, I'm sure I said it.
If you were in this body cam footage, would you agree that that's you pictured in the video?
Yes, I would.
Okay, Mr. Chair, may I have permission to share my screen with one last exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Casey, is that you pictured in this still from the beginning of the video?
That would be true.
And I'm going to hit play and then we'll discuss it.
Okay.
found weren't under 21 or weren't over 21. Like,
Well, you
what's
can have
the-
18 in, right? But you just can't
Well, I mean,
serve
I
to
mean,
18.
which
You have to
you can't make any
identify
money on
who
that, so
you're
why would I
in.
want to know bar?
But just
Doesn't make any
FYI.
sense.
That's why a lot of
So, Mr. Casey, did you hear the statement that you made to Investigator Coates in that video?
Yes, I stated you can't make any money on people who are under the age of 21 because you can't serve them alcohol.
Thank you. That's the end of my questioning.
Thank you. Mr. Casey, do you need to clarify any statements that you made while you were testifying under under cross or by questions that were asked by the board?
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify what I just said. So I said that you can't make any money off of them when they're 18 plus. So at that point, like when we were talking, I hadn't considered the idea of charging a cover like other places in DC would. If Ms. Me just let the video roll a little longer, Officer Salomon later suggested that and suggested charging a cover, and I did that in the future. And like a lot, like there are some of the people who were there that night and provided in I don't know what to say it. I guess they would have provided a fake ID in the past, and now they provided their real under 21 ID because they were more comfortable doing that. So in a way, she was right. But I'm not sure how, again, this is relevant to this charge. I mean, this charge is related to two individuals, and whether or not, like, what ID they showed to, whether or not they showed an ID to enter the bar, and on top of that, whether or not they consumed alcohol on this night. So, as I'm rambling at this point, so I should probably shut up, but I'm sorry.
Hi. At this juncture, do you arrest her?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Are the parties ready for closing?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Chairperson Anderson, I would first like to reserve 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. Members of the board, Mr. Casey just told you that in the past, his reason for not letting patrons in under the age of 21, it's not because it's against the law. It's not because it could violate the terms of his license. It's not because he wants to keep those under 21 safe. No, it's because he couldn't make any money. Money was the only impediment to him. So if he could make money off these minors, what would happen? This is exactly what would happen. He would allow minors to drink in his establishment. Today, the district has proven by substantial evidence that Dirty Water permitted the consumption of alcoholic beverages by patrons under the age of 21 and failed to take reasonable measures to determine one of those patrons' age. You saw them present their real underage driver's licenses to MPD and ABCA. You saw them do that right in front of Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, who that he had seen IDs indicating that they were over 21, and Mr. Casey didn't object. You heard them admit to drinking. Mr. Casey didn't object. You heard one of them claim that he got in using his real license. Mr. Casey did not object. Members of the board, is it reasonable to assume that somebody under the age of 21 would come up to an MPD officer with alcohol in their hand? No. And wouldn't it make more sense for them to lie and say, no, I wasn't drinking, so they wouldn't get in trouble, right? But that's not what they did. They admitted that they were drinking. They presented evidence that they were under the age of 21. And one of them said that he got in using his real license. And Mr. Casey has not presented any evidence to counter that. We didn't see the IDs. We saw an ID scanner log, a scanner that Mr. Casey admits is not used all the time, every time on every customer. And he admitted that the scanner, what the barcode does, it's not determinative of whether or not it's valid. It just corroborates the dates and the information on the front of the ID. And that scanner log that he showed us There are no date stamps. It's editable. And there were inconsistencies between the information that we saw and the propositions that he made about how that spreadsheet and how that log would work. Again, Mr. Casey claimed that if Trevor Grice had come back to his establishment and, used the same fake ID, he wouldn't have gotten in. So then he went on to speculate. Maybe he used his brother's ID. Well, in that case, if somebody was looking, surely the picture would have been different. In the other case, he used another ID, so that would have been on the log. We only saw Trevor's name on that log one time. That one time does not definitively correlate with September 21st, 2025. Members of the board, Mr. Casey has not shown you the ID that he looked at, and he invoked the affirmative defense. He accepted the evidentiary burden of proving that he or his employee was shown and inspected a fake ID that lacked any of the enumerated indicia of a fake ID, such that a reasonable person would believe it was valid. Members of the board, the only evidence we have is Mr. Casey's personal recollection of an event over 250 days ago. His personal recollection, which is colored by the fact that he is the owner of this establishment, that he was checking the IDs that night, that he is responsible, and that he could make money off of somebody if they were over 21. And members of the board, the district has proven their case by substantial evidence because the standard is not, the standard is such evidence that a reasonable mind might find leads to that conclusion. And the DC Court of Appeals has held that they can't overrule that just because another reasonable mind could come to another conclusion. It's in this board's discretion and in their authority to make a determination based on the evidence you saw today. Videos of patrons at Dirty Water who are under 21, who admitted to drinking, who claim they got in with their real IDs. That's the only verified evidence you have on this record. Therefore, members of the board, I would request that you find Dirty Water liable for these charges and apply the appropriate fine and a reasonable suspension for this conduct. Thank you.
Mr. Casey.
Yeah, so first, I'm going to reserve my rebuttal to the factual inaccuracies that Ms. Meadis raised in her closing for the proposed finding of facts and conclusion of law. But I will make a closing argument as to why the government has not proven their case, and we should not even reach the level of arguing the affirmative defense that we spent the last hour talking about. To begin with, the charge for failure to take reasonable steps to ascertain illegal drinking aids. Unless this board drastically diverges from their prior holdings, then even the individuals showing their real under 21 IDs would be a reasonable step to ascertain their legal age. As Christopher Southcott, Ms. Meadis's colleague, explained to you not almost 2 months ago in the Virginia Market case, when a 14-year-old showed their real 14-year-old ID and was able to purchase an alcoholic beverage, that is enough to satisfy 25-783. Whether or not I agree with that interpretation of it is irrelevant because that is the way that the board has treated that in the past. Looking at the second case for 25-782B, as I brought up before, in Board Order 2018-172, in paragraph 31, dealing with Chinese disco, the board was presented with a similar situation where investigator Puente had found an individual outside who said that he had been consuming mixed drinks inside of the establishment. In that case, the board found that nevertheless, beyond the patron's statement regarding having a mixed drink, there is no evidence corroborating that he consumed alcohol inside, since his observations or video footage of the minor consuming inside. As a result, it is equally reasonable to infer that the minor may have been lying or entered the establishment in an intoxicated state without consuming anything inside. Consequently, in light of these other reasonable possibilities, the board cannot sustain 25-782B. 1. And that's a lot more evidence than we have here, where we just have individuals saying that they were answering yes to saying that they were drinking after they were told that they would not be getting in trouble for underage drinking. Moving off of that, as Ms. Mead has pointed out, this conduct took place in September of 2025, I believe it was. September is in the middle of the soccer season, and almost all collegiate athletic teams have a dry season in the middle of their season. So it is extremely reasonable to believe that they would not have been drinking during that time period. And we're just saying whatever they believed would have helped them get their real driver's license back. It's also possible that of the 250 underage drinking complaints, they were sent there and paid by somebody else to go and make sure that when the investigators went through, that they were able to find somebody who actually was under 21. We know that the majority of the people who were carded on this night were over the age of 21, and it was only these 3 individuals that they found at the end of the investigation, because everybody who was originally carded and had a drink in their hand that they saw when they walked in the door, they turned out to be 21 after they verified their IDs with IntelliCheck. Now, do I know if this is what happened? No, none of us do. But the reality of the situation is that the board has set the precedent where if the information cannot be independently verified, whether it be by video footage or the observation of some investigator, as they did in 2018-172, then it's not a violation of 25-781B1. And for that reason, we should not even need to go into the affirmative defense, which is why I made the motion at the end of the government's case that they had not made a prima facie case in the first place. And I'll rest on that, and I'll reserve my right to file the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law so that I can rebut Ms. Meadis's claims once the transcript is in place.
Ms. Meadis, you have your rebuttal? Your additional closing arguments?
I was on mute. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, the district objects to the comparison between this matter and the Virginia Market matter. In Virginia Market, that was a purchase made at a liquor store by an individual 14 years old. Members of the board, this is a bar that Mr. Casey admits draws a younger crowd by somebody very close to the age of 21. We cannot be drawing parallels between a 14-year-old and a 20-year-old to get Mr. Casey out of this situation. As this board held in its subpoena, our law as a matter of policy accepts a presumption that people under the age of 21 are going to try to drink, and they put the burden on licensees to prevent that. Mr. Casey today has just been trying to shirk that burden. He's putting it on his patrons. He's putting it on the district, saying that the district need to ask more questions, that the district should have known that they had fake IDs. Members of the board, at the end of the day, it is Mr. Casey's responsibility to know who is in his establishment, what they are doing, and how old they are. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, both sides. The record is now closed, and as Mr. Casey has stated, that I don't need to ask the question. He has already responded that he intends to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. So since that is what he intends to do, the transcript will probably be available within 3 weeks, and the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, they're due to the board 30 days after receipt of the transcript, and the board will issue its decision within 90 days. All right, so let me close the record officially in this case then. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with DC Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25251-00024 Dirty Water pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 25251-00024 Dirty Water for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner.
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation. Have a great day. Thank you. I know we haven't had a lunch break, and we are going to have a lunch break, but there's one more hearing that I need to do, and I don't want to push it off to the afternoon. So the next case in the calendar, it is a fact-finding hearing on Skunkies, license number 128732. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Christina McGrath. And that appears to be all. I'm checking the chat.
I believe that I'll ask her if she's expecting anyone. Miss McGrath, can you please come on camera, ma'am?
Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you expecting anyone else, or is it you're the only person?
No, I will be representing the company.
And hold on 1 minute. Hold on.
There's a little bit of interference.
All right, ma'am. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Christina McGrath for Premium Service DBA Skunkies. Name is Christina CHRISTINA McGrath MCGRATH.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, ma'am?
Partner.
All right. So who are the owners? Well, let me before we start off. So this is a fact-finding hearing. Fact-finding hearings, the board is just gathering information. There is no witnesses are not sworn in, and nothing that you state here can be held against you. The board cannot order you to take a specific action per se. It is my understanding that you applied for a license, and I think it's up in information and belief. The license is ready to be. Where you're in the process. Where are you in the process? Well, maybe you can just elaborate on that.
Yeah. So our location is fully leased. We have passed inspection. We are operationally ready to open within 2 weeks to 1 month upon final licensure approval from the board. The facility is equipped with required security measures, including security cameras and controlled access systems. I currently hold a metric license and understand the importance of compliance and inventory tracking requirements. Upon issuance of our official license, we will be working on staff hiring, employee training, and additional metric credentialing for operation.
Okay, so who are the owners of this establishment, ma'am?
Myself and partner Ross Dantas.
So, are you the you and your partner, are you also the management team that would be in place if this license is issued?
That's correct.
And who is making legal and management decisions for this business?
Myself and Ross.
Spell his name for the record, ma'am, please.
Ross Dantas, Dantas.
All right, thank you. Now, tell me, give me your background. What type of background do you have to, if you're granted this license in this business, the business of cannabis?
Yes. So I have over 20 years of experience in corporate business operations and financial. And so my background is in e-commerce, retail, manufacturing, direct to consumers, and business to business. And also a little bit of hospitality.
So do you or your partner, do you have any specific background in cannabis?
Retail is the closest relation to that. Us as a team, we had wanted to get into the I-71 space at the time. And so that was a goal of ours. But then when the licensure opportunity came upon us, we were moving towards that direction instead.
So what experience, so who's going to provide you expertise, particular in cannabis? Because this is to run a medical facility. So who's going to provide you background information or information on cannabis specifically?
So Ross is an expert in cannabis products and effects, and I myself is the business backing in operations and finance.
So you said he's an expert, so tell me a little bit about his background in cannabis, ma'am.
He, I believe, is a longtime experienced user, and he's familiar with the products, different strains, and the effects as they pertain to patient use.
Do you know whether or not he has ever had any businesses in any other jurisdiction? Cannabis businesses in any other jurisdiction?
No, no, sir.
So what products do you intend to sell if this license is granted?
Our business model will be focused on the prepackaged products available in Washington, D.C., flour, concentrates, edibles, cartridges, other sort of alternative use products, depositories, lotions, and that sort of product that's available. And I believe that covers that.
You stated that you're metric certified. I think that's what I heard. So what are the other what additional training, if any, have you undertaken, or anyone else in the organization or your partner?
So I have the license for metric. We have a compatible POS system that's waiting to launch, and we will work through that once we have official licensure, complete full integration for the metric system for our POS. And it's a continuing evolving. understanding the metric system, mastering it, and working with the system and learning as I go, as far as the metric systems and tools and integrations go. But I do understand, I'm fully equipped with understanding how inventory gets managed. That is verified against the manifests. It's entered into our metric system. Our products are stored in access controlled areas monitored by the security surveillance systems. And we will be conducting regular inventory reconciliations so that we are in compliant and accurate, and also making sure that our deliveries are following the same protocols and standards outlined by ABCA. Products would be originated on the licensed premises, prepared by our trained employees, and tracked through our POS and metric system as well. And maintaining the chain of custody, purchase limits, and real-time inventory adjustments.
All right. Does the ownership understand that it can only distribute, store, and sell medical cannabis products provided by DC licensed cultivation centers and manufacturers?
Yes.
Does the business have any Schedule I substances in its possession, either on site or at another location?
No.
Does the business have any non-medical cannabis products in its possession, either on site or on another location?
No.
Does the business understand that the presence or distribution of Schedule I or non-medical cannabis products may lead to the closure of the business or the revocation of the license?
Yes.
Any questions by any other board members? Any comments or closing statements you want to make, ma'am?
No, not this time. Just thank you for everyone's time here this afternoon, and really excited to get into this industry and be part of this program in Washington, D.C.
The board will take this matter under advisement, but if the board decides to grant the license, I just want you to be aware that it is a privilege to be granted a license in the District of Columbia to sell medicinal cannabis. And I'm hoping that if you're granted the license, that this is the first and the last time that you will appear before the board. Because normally when folks appear before the board, it is not informational gathering. It is because you have violated some aspect of our law. And so therefore we need to determine what type of penalty, if any, that we will bring against you. So I do hope that if the board decides to instruct the agency to issue this license, that we don't have the pleasure of our paths do not cross again in this forum. Okay, ma'am?
Understood, Chairman.
Okay.
Although it would be lovely to connect with you all at any other time.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Have a great
Thank you.
day.
Have a great afternoon.
All right. Thank you. All right. It is now 2:10. The board is going to take a 30-minute a 30-minute break. And so I will ask all board members to return to executive session at 2:40, and we will come back for the public session at 2:50. Okay, so executive session at 2:40 and the public session at 2:50. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. Joining me this afternoon are 4 other board members, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, Mr. Ryan Jones, and Mr. James Turner. The board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon. That constitutes a quorum. Before I call the first case this afternoon, I need to do the agenda items for the day. So the first agenda item I'm going to do is the licensing. I'm sorry, give me a minute. In the legal agenda, let me find the legal agenda. Sorry, I'm somewhat for the licensing. Licensing agenda. The legal agenda. I apologize for not being as organized today as I usually am. All right, so let's do the legal agenda alcohol. The first matter on the legal agenda alcohol. On this agenda, I am gonna there are 7 matters, and I will review all 7, make recommendations, and at the end I will make a motion and for the ABC board members to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair. So number 1, review of settlement agreement. This is in case number 26 PRO 00030. This is Icon DC 11 DC license number 135097. It's review of a settlement agreement. So the recommendation is to approve the settlement agreement. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. This is in case number 26 PRO 00006. Uproar license number. I don't have the license number 092012. The recommendation is to approve the settlement agreement. Number 3 is an offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 CMP 00085. It's Spicy Water, license number 125456, and the offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, charge 1, operate a summer garden without endorsement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-762B2. There's a fine of $1,000 payable within 30 days of the board's accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, offered entertainment without an endorsement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113.01B, B1, and 23 DCMR Section 1000-1001. There's a fine of $1,000 paid within 30 days of the board's accepting the offer in compromise. If payment is not made, the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The recommendation is to approve. Number 4, review of motion to withdraw protest. This is in case number 26 PRO 00034. Streets Market, license number 135013, recommendation approval. Number 5, review of precipice for dismissal. This is Dion's. This is in case number 25 CIT 00625. License number 127317, recommendation approval. Number 6, review of request for reinstatement by landlord. This is Flavorture, license number 121622, recommendation approval. And number 7, review of precipice for dismissal. This is Easy Tiger Tavern, case number 25 CIT 00327, license number 126251, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner.
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. The next calendar matter, it's the legal agenda addendum, and this is a review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 26 CMP 00029, the Moxie Hotel Washington, license number 119964. And the offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, produce noise with such intensity that it could be heard emanating from outside the establishment. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-725A. There's a fine of $250 payable in 30 days. If the fine is not payable in 30 days, if payment is not made in 30 days, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner?
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the legal agenda, medical cannabis. For medical cannabis. And number 1, review of accreditation update. This is Clearsight Labs, medical cannabis testing laboratory. This is an FYI for the board. Number 2, review of request for a declaratory order. This is Blunt, license number 131901. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to legal. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner.
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. Number 1, review of letter from Zachary Parker, Council Member Ward 5. This is in ABCA LLC. License number 128728. This is an FYI for the board. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum 2. And number 1, review of an offer in compromise landlord. This is in case number 25 ULC 00035. It is H and Vape. And the offer in compromise is as follows. All right. Sorry, landlord. Right. Term 1, property owner affirms that it has received affirmative confirmation that Leora Hooper, owner of respondent, acknowledges the termination of respondent's lease for the premises effective March 15th, 2026, as evidenced by Exhibit A. 2, property owner acknowledges that he is responsible for returning any property owned by respondent that remains in the premises and over which respondent has a legal right of return. Number 3, property owner agrees to not lease the premises to respondent or its successor companies or any unlicensed cannabis establishment at any time in the future. Number 4, property owner agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant to provide the identity of the new tenant, including the business name and owner, and permit ABCA to perform an inspection before the new tenant takes possession of the premises at any time thereafter. Number 5, property owner agrees that if a future tenant at the premises which has not filed an accepted and pending application with the ABC board knowingly engages or attempts to engage in the purchase, sale, exchange, delivery, or any other form of commercial transaction, including cannabis, it shall be a violation subsequent to DC Code Section 7-1671.08F and ground for the board to issue a notice of summary closure and issue property owner a fine of up to $10,000 under DC Code Section 7-1675.01B. Property owner agrees to waive the notice requirements as forth in DC Code Section 7-1675.01A. And number 6, the current summary closure shall remain in effect until ABCA makes the keys to the premises available to property owner for pickup at its office or at another mutually agreed upon time and location. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Turner, second.
Mr. Turner, second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn?
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
The Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner?
Turner, agree.
And Mr. Turner agrees, and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passes 5-0. Number 2, review of addendum offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 ULC 00035 H and Vape. And the offer in compromise for this case is as follows. Amended offer in compromise is as follows. Number 1, respondent agrees to not sell cannabis and cannabis products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, or THC-A, and THC creatinum, and any Schedule 1 substance, including psychedelic mushrooms, at the premises online or at any other location in the District of Columbia without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 2, respondent affirmed that it has permanently vacated and terminated its lease of the premises effective May 15th, 2026, as evidenced by Exhibit A. 3, respondent agrees that if it violates DC Code Section 7-1671.08F at any time in the future, it shall be a subsequent violation under DC Code Section 7-1671.08F2 and grounds for the board to issue a fine in the amount of $20,000 under DC Code Section 7-1671.08 F2A. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner.
Turner, agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our alcohol license agenda. On the alcohol license agenda, there are 13 requests. I'm going to review all 13, and at the end, I'll make a motion. And at the end, ask the ABC board members to vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. Number one, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Swahili Village / the Consulate, license number 114799, recommendation approval through September 30th, 2026. Number two, review request to expand the space of an additional stall inside of the same food hall and thereby increase capacity from 146 to 160. This is Atrium Bar, license number 121651, recommendation approval. Number three, review of application to change the unit number of premises while continuing to operate the same address within the Union Station facility. This is Shake Shack, license number 094919, recommendation approval. Number five, review application for carriers and delivery endorsement. This is Koryori Yura, and it's spelled Koryouri. The second name is Urara. License number 131188, recommendation approval. Number five, review application for game of skill endorsement and license to operate 5 kiosks offering the Firepot electronic game system by Omega Technologies. This is by the Artemis, ARTEMIS, license number 117517, recommendation approval. Number six, review application for game of skill endorsement and license to operate 5 kiosks offering the Firepot electronic game system by Omega Technologies. The request is by Teddy's Roof Shop, license number 134729, recommendation approval. Number seven, review application for game of skill endorsement and license to operate 5 kiosks offering the Firepot electronic games system by Omega Technologies. This is DNA Social House, license number 117571, recommendation approval. Number eight, review application for game of skill endorsement and license to operate 5 kiosks offering the Firepot electronic game system by Omega Technologies. This is for the Right Spot, license number 133027, recommendation approval. Number nine, review application for a game of skill endorsement and license to operate 5 kiosks offering the Firepot electronic game system by Omega Technologies. Ocean Lounge, license number 114106, recommendation approval. Number 10, review application for game of skill endorsement and license to operate 5 kiosks offering the Firepot electronic game system by Omega Technologies. This is for Everyday People DC, license number 126874, recommendation approval. Number 11, review application for game of skill, license to operate 2 kiosks offering the District of Skill electronic game system by Pace-O-Matic. This is Ivy City Tavern, license number 093795, recommendation approval. Number 12, review application for a game of skill and license to operate 2 kiosks offering the District of Skill electronic game system by Pace-O-Matic. This is the Strand, license number 116798, recommendation approval. And number 13, review application for a game of skill license to operate 2 kiosks offering the game of skill electronic game system by Pace-O-Matic. This is Nick's Riverside Grill, license number 07017308, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner
Turner, agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the supplemental alcohol licensing agenda. Number 1, review request for approval to provide a gift of a Father's Day giveaway that does not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishments. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board vote to approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner.
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial docket. On this docket, the docket that was published for June 10th, 2026. It has 20 requests. And without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve granting the licenses, the request for all the establishments published on the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket as published for June 10th, 2026. Is there a second?
Turner, second.
Mr. Turner second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner.
Turner, agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the alcohol licensing administrative docket. The alcohol licensing administrative docket as published for June 10th, 2026. This docket, there are 14 applications on this docket. And without objection, I'm sorry. Without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the alcohol licensing and administrative docket as published for June 10th, 2026. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I'll second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner.
Turner, agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. On the medical cannabis licensing agenda, there are 5 requests, applications. I'll review all 5 in the record, and then I will ask that ABC board members vote to approve recommendations put forth by the chair. So number 1, review a request to transfer social equity application from a new retailer license with delivery endorsement from Power of Plants LLC, trade name Mr. Nice Guys 3 to Kahama, Kahama West LLC, license number 136167, recommendation placard. Number 2, review standard application from the new cultivation center, Zati LLC, license number 126561, recommendation approval. Number 3, review standard application for the new cultivation center, tier 1 license, Voyager Club DC LLC, license number 126083, recommendation approval. Number 4, review standard application for new manufacturer type 1 license, Zati LLC, license number 126250, recommendation approval. Number 5, review standard application for new manufacturer type 2 license, Voyager Club DC LLC, license number 126082, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn?
I think she stepped away.
Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner?
Turner, agree.
Quinn? Mr. Anderson? The matter passes 4-0. And our final agenda for the day is the medical cannabis license administrative docket. Number 1, the Good Joint license number 129403. It's a medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, new application standard applicant. The recommendation for this is a fact finding. Number 2, Kahama, Kahama West LLC. License number 135624, medical cannabis retailer with delivery endorsement, transfer application, social equity applicant from Power of Plants LLC, Mr. Nice Guy 2, formerly license number 127919, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair for the medical cannabis license administrative docket. Is there a second?
Turner, second.
Mr. Turner, second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn? Mr. Meadows?
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones?
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner?
Turner, agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 4-0. All right. So let's go to our afternoon calendar. And for our afternoon calendar, hold on. The first case in the afternoon calendar is case number 25 CMP 00047, Chop Shop Nice and Easy, license number 124675. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offering compromise for the board's consideration and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 26 PRO 00006, Uproar, license number 92012. This hearing is canceled due to submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. And the last matter on our calendar this afternoon is case number 26 PRO 00036. It is ABCA LLC, license number 128728. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the parties for this case?
Good afternoon. Abiba Bayen, access elevated. Christopher Michael, access elevated. Commissioner Sean Nelson, access elevated. Gilbert Smith, access elevated. Investigator Kevin Hall, access elevated. Carolyn Hunter, access elevated. And Leslie Warrens, access elevated. That is all true.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. So let's start with, can I have everyone on camera, please? All right. So, all right. Let me start with the applicant. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am?
Ababa Yene, first name Abeba, last name Beyene.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Welcome. Who's do you have this for the
I'm the
protest?
registered agent.
I'm sorry. Who's please do not speak until I call on you. I don't know who spoke. So who's representing the ANC?
This is Commissioner Sean Nelson. Sean is SHAWN. Nelson is NELSON.
Is there another? Okay, so it's the only protesting is the ANC. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, fine. All right, this is a protest hearing for an application for a new license, and I guess I just preliminary for the ANC. Is it that what's the ANC's position? Is it the ANC's position that we should not grant the license?
That is correct. Given the parameters that we were given as a community, the Commission 5C, which includes the Gateway community, has decided that it is an imperative that the license not be issued for this particular applicant.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so basically, this is a protest hearing, and the way the protest hearing will operate this afternoon is that the parties will be given an opportunity to give the applicant will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. Once the applicant makes an opening statement, the ANC will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. In your opening statement, I need you to be specific what it is that you're seeking from the ABC board today. Once both parties have made an opening statement, then the board will call its first witness, which is the investigator who did the case report. The board will ask questions of the investigator. Once the board asks questions of the investigator, then the applicant will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Once the applicant has asked questions of the investigator regarding the contents of his report, then the protestants will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Once that's done, then the applicant will call its first witness and put its case on. Once the applicant put its case on, then the ANC will have an opportunity to cross-examine that witness, and then the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of that witness. Once the applicant has presented their case in chief, then the ANC will have an opportunity to present its case. Then we'll have closing arguments, and then we'll dispense of this case. Are there any preliminary? Do you have, Ms. Baena, do you have any preliminary issues to bring to the attention of the board before we start?
Yes, I have a management agreement with Mr. Christopher Michael, who's experienced this
So
business.
is Mr. Michael, okay, so so is he gonna speak for you or how, tell
Yes.
me? Yeah.
Yes.
So he's gonna represent you today in this hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Michael, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. My name is Christopher Michael, CHRISTOPHERMICHAEL.
All right, good afternoon, sir. So I just want so Ms. Mayonnaise, I should address, he's the one who's gonna present the case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fine. All right, so let me ask you, so are there, Mr. Michael, do you have any other preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board?
Yes, sir. I just want to make sure that you, if possible, include the letter that was submitted by Councilman Zachary Park. I know you read it earlier before the break. So that is something that we would like you to consider, and also that you include the amended form that was submitted as well.
Well, the letter from Councilor Parker, it was included on our legal agenda as an FY to the board, so the board will that information was shared with the board by our legal staff, and of course, in making a determination. I'm not sure if it was sent 7 days before the hearing, but I will get some clarification from our legal staff, what weight, if any, to give that documentation as part of this decision. So yes, sir. Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I will make sure that our legal office properly advise the board how and if we can incorporate that recommendation in our decision. I see the recommendation, if I remember correctly, the recommendation by the council member was that we should put this matter on hold until we can do a traffic study. I think that was the gist of the letter, if I remember correctly. All right. Okay. And so you're talking about, well, I guess let me dispense with as far as documents or witnesses, I instructed both parties at the at the protest status hearing that you're supposed to um, disclose documents and witnesses 7 days. You're supposed to do your PIP, and you're supposed to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing. But of course, maybe I was speaking to myself at the time because neither side complied with my requirements. But if no one is making an issue today, the documents that were disclosed will be, if as long as we have evidence and testimony on those documents will be moved into evidence. So what I'm saying specifically, you've done the PIP. However, in order for it to move in evidence, you have to have a witness to identify those documents. And once the witness identifies those documents, then you make a motion to move those documents in evidence. So not because they're in the PIP, they're not in the case until we have had testimony on the document, and then you ask to move it in evidence. Do you understand? Are the parties, do they understand what I just stated?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Michael, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes, sir. I would thank you first off for having us during this time in this meeting. I would like to ask that the board put into consideration granting the license. What is it? ABCA license ABCA 136242, being a new license into the district.
All right. Mr. Nelson, you should make an opening statement, sir.
Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you, board, for giving us this time to engage you in this protest hearing. First, let me say that the Gateway community is a very old community that has been around since the 1920s, 1930s. Many of the residents in the Gateway community are longtime residents, including seniors who have been there for decades. The neighborhood, the community has seen a great change over the few years, and I should add that the community is very, very active about what takes place in and around the neighborhoods, around the homes. It's a very small neighborhood that most people don't really know about, but they cut through it quite often to get east and west throughout the city. Over the years, the neighborhood has been very, very, very quiet, and it remains quiet. But with the advent of nightclubs, increased traffic, the neighborhood has seen some changes that are concerning in terms of pedestrian safety, vehicle safety, the safety of seniors, the safety of children. And with that, I will be presenting with you all today that due to all these factors, it is crucial that the board take into consideration the community's wishes that there not be a retailer that serves medical cannabis.
All right, sir. All right. The board will call its first witness. And the board's first witness is Mr. Kevin Hall. Mr. Hall, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Kevin Hall, KevinHall.
And where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
How long have you worked for, I'm going to shorten the name and to say ABCA. How long have you worked for ABCA, sir?
Approximately 2.5 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities in working for ABCA?
I conduct inspections and investigations of all licensed and unlicensed cannabis establishments within the District of Columbia.
Now, are you familiar with this protest, ABT LLC trading as Powerhouse Dispensary?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with this establishment, sir?
I was assigned as protest investigations of this new medical license, retail license for ABT LLC trading as Powerhouse Dispensary located at 2335 Bladensburg Road, Northeast.
Now, are you aware of the protest issues?
Yes.
And
It's
what is that?
adverse impact of vehicular and pedestrian safety.
Are you familiar with Mr. Jason Peru?
Yes, that's my supervisor.
Okay, fine. So, all right. Um, were you able to prepare a report for this case, sir?
Yes.
Do you have the ability to share your screen with us?
Yes.
Access granted.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Can you identify the document that's on our screen?
This is a protest report of ABT LLC trading as Powerhouse Dispensary, authored by myself.
All right, so were you able to speak to the protestants in this case, sir?
Yes, myself and my supervisor investigator, Jason Peru, we spoke to ANC 5C Chairman, Mr. Sean Nelson. Mr. Nelson stated he had several concerns pertaining to the proposed medical license at this location. It didn't center around the protest issues, which is vehicular and pedestrian safety. It centered around the owner's past management history for Power Nightclub and the ongoing concerns about her business practices and the license still being in safekeeping for alcohol instead of being fully canceled, and just concerns about who's involved in this new operation.
So what information, if any, were you able to gather from the ANC regarding the protest issue, which is the adverse impact on vehicle and pedestrian safety?
I didn't get any information on that. They didn't have any information for that, the protest issue.
Now, did you have an opportunity to speak to the designated representative of for this establishment, sir?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Christopher Michael. He told me after hearing the community's concerns, he attempted to negotiate a settlement agreement. They even provided concerns addressing vehicular and pedestrian safety, that they have approximately like 30 parking spaces at the establishment and multiple cameras to cover the exterior of the establishment. And there's also 2 pedestrian walkways that go across Bladensburg Road at the establishment.
All right, so did you get an opportunity to visit the establishment?
Yes, on Thursday, May 28th, I visited the establishment. I met with the owner. I'm gonna refer to her as Mimi. I did a walkthrough of the proposed retail space. It's under construction as of right now, and I ensured because the space is split in half. The building, one side is cultivation, and one side is retail. So I walked through the space to make sure that they're properly separated.
All right, so tell me about the zoning for this area.
The zoning is in a PDR zone. It's intended to permit medium density commercial and PDR activities by employing a large workforce and requiring some heavy machinery under controls that minimize any adverse impacts on adjacent, more restrictive zones.
No, are there any other licensed cannabis, are there any other licensed medical cannabis facilities within 400 feet of the proposed location?
No, there are none.
What about schools?
No schools or recreation centers also within the 400 feet of the facility.
So tell us a little bit about the building itself.
Okay, it's located within the Ivy City corridor, which is predominantly commercial and industrial. Its surrounding properties consist of warehouses, event venues, automotive businesses, and other commercial uses. Um, Powerhouse Dispensary occupies a concrete and brick structure. The main building entrance faces Bladensburg Road, although their proposed entrance is for the dispensary is located on the side of the building. That's pretty much it.
So based on the placard notice, what are the hours of operation of the establishment?
So for sales, delivery, and safe treatment, these hours are going to be identical. It's going to be Sunday through Thursday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and Friday and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
And what about okay? So you're saying for sales?
Yes, for sales, delivery, and safe treatment, it's the same hour, Sunday through Thursday, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then Friday and Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Now, did you have an opportunity to go and do any type of observation of the location?
Yes, I visited the location on 4 separate occasions. Since the location is under construction and closed, there were no ABCA violations observed.
So tell us about, I saw in your opening, you spoke to the owner, he talked about parking spaces. Tell us a little bit more about parking.
So they have approximately 30 parking spaces available at the location. It goes on the side of the establishment, around the back side, and then on the other side of the location. So they have a lot of parking for pedestrian safety.
All right, so what is that? What type of license is this applicant applying for?
Medical cannabis.
And what is a medical cannabis facility? Tell me what is that?
So it's a retail facility which sells medical cannabis for patients that's looking to come in to get medical cannabis, or anybody that's walking in that will sign up for a medical card. It can't be anybody just trying to come in and get medical cannabis. Only for patients.
Are there any exhibits attached to your report?
Yes. This is Exhibit 1. This is the ANC 5C protest letter.
All right.
This is Exhibit 2. This is the zoning map showing that it's in the PDR2 zone.
Okay.
This is Exhibit 3, the GIS map that shows there's no schools or recreation centers located within 400 feet of the proposed location. This is Exhibit 4. This is just showing you the actual establishment. This is Exhibit 5. This is the proposed entrance for the location on the side of the building instead of in the front. This exhibit is, since it's under construction, the owner provided me with a diagram of the layout for the proposed retail space. As you can see, this is the retail sales area, the main entrance on the side of the building where you walk in for the lobby area. And then the back of the house, the office and vault area and employee only area.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. I was just going to say this is don't pay attention to this grow phase 2. That's the cultivation side of it. Just this top area.
All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now I want you to go back to Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5. Okay.
All right, so you're saying that this is the proposed entrance to the building.
Yes.
So where is this entrance? What is this entrance about? Because you're talking about Bladensburg, so where is this entrance?
So this is on the side of the building. If you look to your right and see where that bus is,
Right.
that's Bladensburg Road. So that's where, when it was the nightclub, that was the entrance in the front of the building. I can show you. Can you see on Exhibit 4?
Yes, sir.
This is Bladensburg Road, and on the left side, that's what you're looking at in Exhibit 5
All right,
on
but
this
I'm
side
saying,
over here.
so is that the area that's at the entrance? Is it a parking lot or what is it? Or do you come off
Yes.
the road? That's what I'm
So
trying to find. What is it?
So you have to come off the road, Bladensburg Road, and turn right into where this is Exhibit 5, and there are parking spaces. Can I scroll down to my other
Yeah,
exhibits to show
yeah,
you?
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
All right here. So that's still the side of the entrance, but you can't see the markers right now on the ground, but these are like lines out there. You can barely see in the picture, but they're parking spaces.
Okay. All right. Okay, so let's go through. I think you missed some
Oh,
exhibits. I just want you
it's just this one.
Yeah.
This is the placard notice, Exhibit 7, that was
Okay.
posted at the location. Exhibit 8, this is the parking lot on one side. Exhibit 9, this is also a parking lot, how it goes around the back of the establishment. Exhibit 10, also a parking lot, it's just from a different angle. Exhibit 11 also shows the other side as the parking lot. You can kind of see the lines on the ground on this one.
Okay.
Okay. Exhibit 12, this shows this is Bladensburg Road in front of the establishment. It shows the pedestrian walkway it's 2 of them. One right here, then one up the street a little bit. They also have street parking, which is Exhibit 13, on Monday through Friday after 9:30. This is directly across the establishment. You can park across the street on Bladensburg Road.
Okay.
Exhibit 14 this is also still Bladensburg Road on the opposite side. This is the side of the establishment. They also have street parking.
All right.
And this is Exhibit 15. This is the street parking sign that shows 7 to 9:30 Monday through Friday, no parking. So after 9:30, you can park there. They also have a bus stop that goes all the way down Bladensburg Road, the C41 bus line, and it's a couple stops. Like this stop is right in front of the establishment, and there's multiple stops on each side of the street. Exhibit 17. This is directly across the street, showing the bus stop here across from Bladensburg, and that's it for exhibits.
All right, I'm confused, so maybe you can just clarify for me. The protest issue is the impact on peace, order, and quiet, residential parking and traffic conditions. I mean, where are the residents? Where are the residents?
I saw a residential down Bladensburg Road. So this area is more like an industrial area. So, and I think it's residential behind the establishment a little bit, but it's not really residential like in sight at close to the establishment.
All right, we can close your screen, please, sir.
Okay.
Any questions by any board member? All right. I don't see any board members asking any questions. Mr. Michael, is that, let's see. Yes,
I'm
Mr.
right here.
Michael, do you have any questions of the investigator on his report, sir?
I just wanted to point out on Exhibit 4.
Do you have a question? So if you want to,
Oh,
so
oh,
so do you have
no,
questions
no,
for
sir.
the investigator? You have no questions
No,
on
sir.
his report. Okay. Um, Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions of the investigator on his report?
Yes, sir, I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So what date uh, that we had the conversation with your boss, Mr. Peru, regarding this case?
That was Monday, May 18th.
Okay, and that was an initial conversation, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and during that conversation, it was basically gathering facts, correct? Learning more about your investigation, correct?
correct.
And so would you say that that was an opportunity that was me learning about your investigation for the first time?
Yes,
Okay, all right. And so with that, would you say then that me speaking to vehicular and pedestrian safety, that was something that wasn't clearly stated at the time, made up, that wasn't clear in terms of that would be the case at the time?
I I thought we talked about vehicular and pedestrian safety, but it was more about, like you said, just learning everything and more of their past history with the owner.
Okay, are you aware that there's a daycare center in the at 2535 Binsburg Road Northeast? Are you aware of that daycare center?
No.
Um,
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, I do not believe that I know that there are regulations regarding daycare center, but I am not sure if that is an part of the standard currently. But if I stand corrected, I'll be corrected. But I'm not sure if that is part of the analysis. Okay. But I just want to, I'll find out if I'm incorrect, I'll clarify the record. But I do not believe that, at least for this license, then that is one of the factors for the board to take in consideration. But go ahead, sir.
And that was my last question. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
With that said, do you have a question, Mr. Meadows? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just for clarification, could you, Mr. Nelson, repeat that address and what was the name of that daycare center?
Hold on a minute, hold on a minute, Mr. Meadows. You can't ask a question of Mr. Nelson. This is a question that you can only ask questions of the investigator, because that's where we are.
Yes,
However,
sir. I just wanted
yeah,
for
I
clarification
know, but
purposes, but I'll wait until we get to Mr. Nelson.
that is, if Mr. Nelson wants to brings that up later on, he can provide that information. He can provide that information. You can question him. But at this juncture, Mr. Nelson you can't ask any questions of Mr. Nelson. You can only ask questions of the investigator. But the ANC, in its case in chief, they can present evidence about if there is a daycare center. I will also get clarification from our legal office if this is one of the factors that needs to be. I know that the ANC is the only one who has stand-in, and there's some issues with whether or not daycare centers, but I'll get clarification as this hearing progresses, whether or not this is a factor that the board needs to take in consideration. Okay.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome, Mr. Meadows. So, Mr. Nelson, I'll make sure that I have clarification. And so, during your case in chief, if it's a relevant factor, I will allow you to bring evidence and testimony again regarding the location of the daycare center. If it's not a relevant factor, then I'll also inform you. Okay. All right. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. So, Mr. Michael, now you're presenting your case in chief. I want to make sure that in presenting the case, it's like this is an application for a license. Why is it that you're appropriate? Why is it that it's appropriate for the board to give this license? So testimony and evidence on that factor. And when the ANC brings its case, the ANC needs to provide testimony and evidence. Why is it that the board should not grant this license? Okay, I just want everybody to know what the expectation is. Okay. All right, Mr. Michael, do you wish to call a witness?
I do not have any witnesses to call currently myself. I put myself as a witness to speak about it, but
All right. So can you raise your right hand, please, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I will just like to start off, once we found out about the actual protest, it was the last day at day 45 of the actual protest, hearing that they were able to do that. We reached out, asked if we could be present for an ANC meeting before this, before the 45-day mark, which was on March 12th of this year, to speak in front of the ANC to see if we could come to a actual agreement before the 45 days was done. We offered to sit down and talk with them. We actually, even during that meeting,
Hold on a minute, Mr. Michael. Mr. Hall, you're free to go. Thank you, sir. I forgot I did not bring that to. I did not release you, so I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Sir. You're welcome. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Michael.
Yes, Chairperson. So that was on the 12th of March. We attended the meeting. I'll refer to the owner as Mimi as well. Mimi and I were both present during that meeting. During that meeting, they had a lot of concerns about the previous establishment that was there, that was Powers Nightclub. During that meeting, Mimi actually offered to relinquish the license and said that the nightclub license to instead of putting it into safekeeping. We didn't hear anything back. She ended up putting it into safekeeping on 4/20 of this year, April 20th of this year. We presented and talked to the residents at the Gateway meeting as well. And then on 4/27, I presented a settlement agreement to Commissioner Nelson, talking about the current the parking spots being ABCA regulated, the right of ways that are actually there, and there was no communication back from that until I asked if we could have mediation, which we had mediation. And during that mediation,
Mr. Michael, you can.
I know. I'll leave it there. I won't talk about mediation. We had a meeting.
We can't talk about what occurred at mediation. Okay, that's all you can say.
No. Of course.
All right. I just want to caution you.
Okay. Of course. Yes, sir. I'm just saying we had mediation, and presented the agreement again after the mediation, and it wasn't. There was no agreement during that point in time. But we presented agreements on their concern under the vehicular safety, and we showed the parking spots, how many cameras, security that we're also trying to have on site during the actual operation hours, and answered any questions. And if they had anything else, they could come talk to us. And we'd be willing to do more than what they were actually offering. Or what the protest agreement was on, if there was any other stipulations that we could make them that they would feel comfortable with as well. And that's all I got.
Mr. Michael, Mr. Protest Hearing.
Yes, sir.
Why? I mean, if you're going to present, I mean, why is it that this board should give you a license? Who are you? What? I mean, what is it you're presenting to say that, okay, you should give me a license because I have extensive experience in running a cannabis. This is what I know. I mean, what?
Yes, sir. I can speak on that. I have 2 years running ABCA licenses currently, medical cannabis license in the district. I've had 0 violations working in the district. I currently have a management agreement with H3 dispensary over in DuPont Circle. I know Metric. I've been in the cannabis space for 9 years now in other states and currently 2 years in the district. I know the laws very well in the district, and I've been helping Mimi throughout this whole entire process, consulting with her, figuring out, making sure that everything's set. They have all the SOPs in place. They've been, with the staff, that getting staffing ready for the cultivation and manufacturing that's separate from this, and also helping her through the medical retail side. So I've been running retail, we're number 11 retail dispensary near me in Chinatown. I separated from there, went to H3. I'm still with H3 running a management agreement there, and then working with Mimi.
Okay, so what does that mean? Tell me about the management agreement. Like, what is it that what is it that, I mean, what, in presenting a case, sir, you're supposed to give the board some reasoning. Why is it that this is an application for a new license? I don't know anything. I shouldn't be asking you. You should be presenting to the board why is it that the board should grant this license based on you have had all these experiences, or that's what I expect to hear. That's what I expect to hear. I mean, that's what I say to the parties. Why is it that the board should grant the license? I expect that from you, and I expect from the ANC why the board should not grant the license. That's what I expect.
Yes, sir. I apologize. This is my first protest hearing, so I apologize, and I don't mean to waste anyone's time.
It's not a matter of waste there, but this is what I mean. The bottom line is that we do protest hearings. We have done protest hearings on cannabis. We have done protest hearings on alcohol. I want people to listen, to watch. They're available on YouTube. Watch to see what it is that happens at these hearings. I'm not saying that, I'm not telling them they need to go hire an attorney, they're going to do anything, but hey, you can go on YouTube, watch previous hearings to see what is it that how is it that one goes about presenting the case, either pro or con.
Okay, I can start back over that. I've been operating in Michigan. This is my background for a 20,000 square foot cultivation in Michigan. Have had 0 violations there. Came to DC. I know the metric system. Have set up manufacturing and cultivation at the current address. Have trusted staff, trained staff, understanding staff, 0 metric issues, in making sure that they are following every law that they currently are right now, and that everything is to board on ABCA and also to running the metric system. We've been, waiting. Mimi's been waiting 2 years to get the cultivation and manufacturing up and going, with some issues that she's had back and forth with previous contractors and some other holdups currently during that point in time. So I was brought on board to be able to help out and understand and be able to help her through this process. Now, on the retail side, I have known retail also in Michigan as well. And the whole point is to being able to bring a staff that understands DC law that we already have established, and that they understand what they need to do for ABCA, the training that they have to do, and everything from there. So it's a staff that's already gone through metric training and ABCA training, green culture training, everything that they ask for through ABCA. So I'm asking to grant the license because I've been operating in the district for retail for over 2 years with 0 violations, 0 issues with the board, 0 issues with ABCA itself. And I will be overseeing the operations of Mimi's retail, cultivation, and manufacturing as well.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions of the?
Yes, sir.
Michael, go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Michaels, you said that you called a mediation. When did you call a mediation?
We had the mediation on, it was 5/01.
Okay,
So,
who actually sets up the schedule for mediation?
Miss Laverne,
Okay, when is that set up?
when both parties agreed to have a mediation.
So, do you not know the status or the process from roll call hearing to status hearing to mediation to protest hearing?
Could you
The
rephrase or,
sequence. Are you familiar with the sequence that ABCA puts out when they put out a placard that there is a roll call hearing, then
yes,
there
sir.
is a status hearing, then there's mediation, and then there's a protest hearing. Are you familiar with that
Yes, sir,
process?
I am.
Okay, so then why did you say that you called a mediation when it was already pre-set up by ABCA?
We had to agree on it. I asked for the mediation. Yes, I did. When it was during that point in time, when we were asked during the roll call hearing, I asked for the mediation. I think it's a moot point. We went to mediation. It it didn't work out. I don't want to talk about what happened in mediation, but that's
Okay, I'm not asking about what happened in mediation. I'm asking you about the process that ABCA sets up that everyone goes through when something isn't agreed in the first roll call hearing or the status hearing, and then the mediation. That's not called by you, correct? That's already preset, correct? That is not the
uh,
applicant doesn't can an applicant actually call a mediation hearing?
I
Mediation.
wasn't per training on saying that I was calling on it. I asked for it during that roll call hearing if we could go to mediation.
Okay, but my point is you can't do that because it's already you can't call mediation.
Hold on, Mr.
Okay.
But
All right, hold on,
okay,
Mr. All right.
but
I,
I apologize, but I have more questions.
I know, no, you're going to ask a question, but I think I think this is how I took it. That he was just trying to show that he was trying to engage the community. That's all. That's how I took it. I think that's how it was presented. So whether or not we are aware that we have the roll call and our agency schedules the mediation. We can't force the parties to mediate if they don't want to mediate. But I think he was at least the way this is how I took it. We were trying to settle this matter. We're trying to engage the community. We wanted to have a settlement agreement. We wanted to have a mediation, and it didn't happen. So this sequence, I mean, it's not that's not important for here. Because I don't think he was. I just think he was just at least that's how I took it. Ask him what other questions you would need to ask him, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I do apologize. I just want people to be aware that the process, because he also claimed that the community, myself in particular, did not engage, that we waited to the last minute to submit things, which is not true at all.
Well, all right. I think, and I don't know when. I mean, his position is that you guys protest the issue on day 45, which is irrelevant because the statute said that once the notice goes out, the community has 45 days to protest the matter.
Mhm.
Whether or not the community protests the matter on day 1 or day 45, it is not relevant as long as the protest is filed within the statutory timeline. So let's move forward with the issues here.
Okay. All right,
Okay.
thank you, sir. Thank you for the clarification. I just have two more questions. Okay, Ms. Michaels, you said that you were brought on board. Who brought you on board?
The owner, Mimi.
Okay, and whose name is actually on the application?
The owner, Mimi.
Okay, so when I look at what was submitted, I see only your name as the applicant. Is that not
I'm the
correct?
agent. No, you're mistaken. I'm the agent. I'm the registered agent. So she's actually on that. That was actually submitted as well.
Okay,
Mr. Berman that sent that information over. Mimi's name is on there as the owner. I am the registered agent.
okay. All right, thank you. I have no more questions, Chairman.
Are any questions by the board? Ask Mr. Michael. Mr. Michael, I have just a couple of more questions I want to ask you. Um, please. So, share with us the business plan.
Business plan is if the license is granted, to deal with the licensed manufacturing and cultivation centers to be able to dispense medical cannabis to medical patients that are in need.
So tell us about the deliveries.
Deliveries will be the same way. It'll be run through FlowHub POS system. That'll be run through Metric. That'll be set up through licensed medical, go-to licensed medical patients. During that time, there also has to be, you can't just send deliveries out. There has to be a vehicle that is designated, that is also approved by Investigator Peru, that will have to show that it has, the capability for GPS location and also safes, and also be driven by an ABCA licensed employee through the retail.
So also give me some information more about expected traffic and parking use.
I know currently right now with 30 parking spots, I'm not concerned about the traffic or parking use, because there's also on-street or street side parking during certain points and 2 safe crosswalks that they can walk across. I do not expect even close to all 30 parking spots to be filled at one point in time. That is included with staff and also with any patrons that'll be visiting the establishment.
Now, where as the community the community protests this matter on the impact on vehicle traffic, neighborhood parking. So how do you plan, or how is it that how do you plan to address this issue?
What we plan on doing is that, like, realistically in the district, it is very limited in parking. We plan to restripe the parking areas, of course, for the patrons to be able to park. We're going to have security on site and outside of the establishment to help designate any people that are either parking, or walk them into the establishment, or say, hey, you can park over here, and give a location. From my understanding, there's only 2 to 3 actual license out of the 63 licensed retailers in the district. Only 2 to 3 of them actually have on-site parking. This will be the biggest one actually in the district.
I'm sorry, Miss Bennett, can you mute your line, please, ma'am? Go ahead.
I apologize. So out of all that, 2 to 3 in the district that I am aware of, out of the 63 licensed medical dispensaries, actually have on-site parking, and not even close to the amount of parking that we have. There's a total of 8 outdoor cameras. There'll be 30 parking spots, and also on-site security for outside to make sure that they can, point the people in the right direction of the actual entrance to the building.
All right, Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions of Mr. Michael based on the questions that I asked?
Yes, and this kind of goes back to some other things that I want him to answer if he's aware of. Okay, so Mr. Michael, are you aware in what Mr. Hall said in his testimony about power not being near a residential area? And did you hear that part of his testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, okay, so with that, do you think that was an accurate assessment of what he said in his testimony?
It was in Mr. Hall's report, so yes, I think it was an accurate testimony.
Have you walked through the Gateway community?
I have not.
Okay, so then you're not aware as to how close the homes are to the establishment, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of at this location past activities in terms of illegal narcotics and shootings?
I'm sorry, are you talking about a previous business that was there, or are you talking about the current business that we're talking about for this?
I'm just talking about just the address itself. Just the
address
address.
itself.
That address itself. You were at that address, which is address that you are representing right now. Are you aware that there were?
How far are you going back on the dates?
I can go back as far as 10 years.
10 years? Okay. I am aware of
10 years to 2020.
I am aware of board issues that the previous license that was there, not the current license that's there. There were 0 issues with the license that we were asking the board to grant. Was there previous issues with a previous license that was there? Yes, I'm aware of previous issues. What they were, I'm not completely aware of.
Okay. Okay, and are you aware that at the same location that there was a 96-hour closure at the location involving the founding of the proliferation of illegal narcotics?
Yes, I am aware of that, and I am aware that it didn't involve the actual owner of the establishment, and also the board saw that it wasn't involved, even though there was a 96 closure. It's part of what ABCA actually has to do during their investigation for close for 96 hours, but there were no fines given, and there was shown nothing in guilt. So yes, I am aware of that.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. I appreciate your response. I
Thank
have no
you,
further
Commissioner.
questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Michael, do you wish to call another witness, or is that it?
I currently don't. I don't know if Mimi has anything that she'd like to follow up with on during this discussion, or no. Here, I'm good. I appreciate you.
As I said, this is you presenting your case, sir. So
yes,
and I'm asking you, is that
Yeah.
it, or do you have anything else to present?
I don't have anything to present. I'd like to actually, I'd like to call on Miss Benny if she could speak.
All right, Miss Bain, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth or nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, do you want to ask her a question? Then you can direct her. What is it you want her to say? What is it that? Yeah, go ahead.
Ms. Benin, at the current location that you
Oh,
are
I'm
for
sorry.
ABCA.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm
Oh,
sorry. Just have her say and state her name for the record before you start. So.
Okay, my first name is Abeba, ABEBA. Last name is Bayene, BEYENE. I go by Mimi. Most people know me by Mimi. I just have a few things to answer to for Commissioner Nelson regarding to the residential being in that neighborhood. There is a residential in the neighborhood, not right by the establishment. It's 1 block away where the neighborhood community starts. And also behind the building, there is no residential. It's a breakthrough liquor distributor company. Next to it is another warehouse. So there is a long distance between the establishment to the residential neighborhood. I just want to make sure that I make sure that's clear.
Do you have any other questions you want to ask her, sir?
Yeah, have you, Miss Mimi, has there been any issues with, have you had any violations, or has there been any issues with the current placard spot of the ABCA 136242 that is the retail location that has been placard?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any questions of the witness? And again, this is about cannabis license. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Biene, what is your experience with cannabis?
I don't have experience with cannabis. That's why I have a management agreement with Mr. Mr. Christopher Michael. That's why I brought him to help me run the business. And so far, he's been doing an amazing job. And I'm learning from him. And he also brought several employees with experience, some over 10 years experience, some over 20 years experience. So basically, that's the reason he's there, because my experience when it comes to cannabis is very, very limited. That's why I brought the right people to my team.
Okay, so it's safe to say then that you had like no experience when it comes to cannabis prior to the involvement of Mr. Michaels.
I just said that.
We need a yes or no. You had no experience with cannabis prior to Mr. Michaels' involvement.
I don't. That's why I have
Okay.
the right team. I have the right management team. Not only Mr. Michael, Christopher Michael, we also have experienced grower. We also have several employees that we have right now in the team. Of course, he's my right hand. He's the one who's going to be running the show. He's going to be running the business. That's the reason I seek outside because of my lack of experience when it comes to cannabis.
So what have you learned so far about the cannabis business?
I mean, no matter how much you read it, you cannot master about cannabis, but I'm reading day by day. I'm putting my mind, my time, my energy to learn the business.
Give me two things you've learned about the cannabis business.
In what term?
Anything, just what have you learned? I mean, I'm asking just for one or two examples.
I can tell you one of the things that I was not I'm learning. Cannabis is only for medical reason that we sell, we grow. For anybody who without the medical license cannot be able to purchase cannabis.
Why did you choose cannabis as a business?
Because I'm an entrepreneur. I have several businesses in the city, and this happened to be a new business adventure in Washington, D.C. And I study, I ask questions, I learn. I have a lot of people that I know personally who's in the business. I got advised, and I finally decided I want to be a part of this Washington, D.C. cannabis establishment.
And you say that Mr. Michael and his team, okay, will be the ones who are basically operating. So exactly, can you tell us what will be your role? What exactly is your role?
I'm
because
the owner.
you say you're
I'm
still
the
learning.
owner of the business.
Will you be present in the business? Will you be working the sales counter? Will you be greeting customers? Will you be telling them, explaining to them like how the product works or what?
I have a management team, like I mentioned a few minutes ago. The management team will be running the management part of the business. Yes, I'm going to be involved because I'm 100% owner of the business.
So you're going to be physically present to greet people and operate the business.
I'm going to be physically present. Greet people. I'm not sure what you mean by greet people, but there's several roles when you run businesses. So I'm going to be present as an owner. I'm going to be present for all aspects of the business. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? I guess I have one last question for you, ma'am. And I think I'm going to open up a can of worms, but I'm going to ask a question because I believe this. So, is it correct that you, at this address, you previously ran a nightclub? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, do you plan to operate, if this license is granted, do you plan to operate this dispensary as a nightclub?
Sir, can you repeat that question, please?
If this license is granted, do you plan to operate this business as a nightclub?
Absolutely not.
Mr. Nelson, any questions based on the questions that I asked?
Yes, sir. Okay. Ms. Biena, you said they're going to operate as a nightclub. Will you be hosting special events at this location?
What does that consist of? What do you mean a special event?
Well, in past testimony,
This
you've
is not a
stated,
nightclub. There is nothing similar with nightclub business and cannabis business, not the same.
okay, well, in past testimony, you stated that that you let third parties host events at this address. Will you be continuing that kind of behavior, that
When it was
practice?
nightclub, it was not
Hold
new.
on.
Yes.
Miss Mimi,
Yes,
please
yes, sir.
please let him finish asking the question before you answer.
Yes,
We have a
sir.
court reporter who needs to capture all the questions that are unanswered, so I can't have both of you speaking at the same time.
got
So
it.
just please let him finish asking the question
Yes,
before you respond.
of
Mr.
course.
Nelson, please ask your question again, sir.
Yeah, thank you greatly. So in past testimony, you stated that your location has been the place for special events, parties, where third parties will host a gathering for that one night. Okay. Separate from the nightclub. Okay. Will you be continuing with this kind of operation, these kind of special events,
Mhm.
if you were to get approved for this medical cannabis retailer license?
No, it's completely different. Two different businesses, two different operation style. Is no. The answer is no.
And how can we be assured of that? Because it's not the nightclub. It's not related to the nightclub. Okay, it's a building that could be rented out for a wedding or for a party, which is what you've done before in the past. Okay, how can we be
That's
sure
true.
that
That's
that a DJ is going to come and ask you if they can use that location for a party?
no. It's not.
Can I answer this question?
No, sir, you can't answer the question.
It's not going to be any party.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no further questions.
All right. And I guess I forgot. Mr. Michael, do you
Yes,
have
Chair.
any follow-up questions you want to ask her? You can't. You have to. She's
I
a
understand.
witness, so you
Yes,
have
sir.
to ask her questions based on the questions that were asked.
Ms. Benin, you're aware that you have an endorsement for a safe use treatment facility. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
With that facility, you understand that you can only have ABCA licensed through your business people to be able to run that. It cannot be rented out. It cannot be given to anyone else. That you are the only one that can actually have your licensed staff there, and you cannot have said parties there. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So you understand that it can't be rented to a DJ or a wedding or anything with period. They have to be medical licensed patients to be able to be in your facility.
I'm aware of that 100%.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's all I have.
All right, sir. Do you have another witness you wish to call?
No, sir.
You rest?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yes, sir. My first witness is Miss Leslie Barnes.
Ms. Barnes, can you raise your right hand, please? Ma'am, I can't see your hand, ma'am. Do you swear, ma'am, you need to have your hand raised. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't, unmute yourself, ma'am, and answer, please, ma'am. Are you able to unmute yourself, ma'am? Mr. Orion, can you please provide her some instructions how to unmute herself?
I'm sending her a request to unmute.
Thank you, sir.
Press the unmute button. There should be a notification alerting you to unmute. Or press the unmute button. If you don't see one, then log out and log back in.
I think she's unmuted. I can see that it's green, but now
No,
it's
she's
muted.
not. She's still muted on my screen. Ma'am, why don't you log off and log back on, and once you log back on, we will elevate you.
I can go to the next witness if you would like, Chairman.
It's up to you, sir. Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, it's up to you. We can wait. If we can either go for the go to the next witness, or it's up to you, whichever you prefer.
I can go to the next witness. I can go to the next witness.
With your next witness.
The next witness is Mr. Gilbert Smith.
Mr. Smith, can you unmute yourself, sir, please?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you're a witness, sir. Why are you on my screen twice, sir? I see you on my screen twice.
The reason I'm on the screen twice is on my computer, the camera will not operate.
Okay.
And the camera, I'm just trying
Okay,
to
that's
answer the
fine.
question.
You're on the screen twice, that's why. Okay. All right, but I can hear you, so go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Can you let us know
What happened to Mr. Smith? No, I can't see him anymore. What did you do, Mr. Smith?
I did not. I did not touch anything. It was
No,
the
I was
same.
trying to reduce the duplicate.
I can't see you now. I don't know if something just happened just like that.
I did not touch anything.
All right. Well, I need to see you, sir. Since I was able to see you before, yes,
Now?
I can now see
Okay.
you. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Nelson. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Mr. Smith, could you state your name for the record and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Gilbert Smith. First name is spelled Gilbert Bert, last name spelled Smith, Smith.
And you are a resident of the Gateway community?
Yes,
How long have you been in the community?
I have been a resident for 35 years.
Okay, and you were also the former president of the Gateway Community Association, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you have had experience working with various organizations, namely the business at 2235 Billingsville Road Northeast as well, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and over the years, okay, what have been some of the concerns when it comes to the neighborhood in general, not specifically regarding cannabis or power, but just what have been some of the issues that has been concerning for you as a long time resident of Gateway?
They've been concerned with noise at certain hours of the evening or early morning. There's been trash. There's been break-ins of cars. And there have been strange folks throughout the neighborhood at all hours of the night. There's been property that has been destroyed.
Now, are these things that were there when you first moved into the neighborhood, or did you see these things evolve over the years with the advent of, say, certain businesses?
It evolved over the years.
Okay, and when did you first become aware that there was an applicant who wanted to bring medical cannabis to the neighborhood?
At least anywhere from 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay, okay, and we heard earlier from Mr. Hall, he stated that there wasn't a community that was close to this location, but we also heard from the owner stating that the neighborhood's 1 block away. Okay, can you describe for everyone exactly where the neighborhood is in relationship to 2335 Billingsville Road Northeast?
Sure. The neighborhood is Gateway Community, or the neighborhood is called Gateway. It is bound by Bladensburg Road. It is essentially a triangular shape, bounded by Bladensburg Road, V Street, and South Dakota Avenue. So all of the businesses and residents or operations within that boundary is considered Gateway.
Okay, and as a resident, do you walk down Bladensburg Road or around the area? What are your activities around the neighborhood?
I do walk the neighborhood frequently. I tend to walk maybe 2-3 miles. Oftentimes I do go through Bladensburg. I have gone down by V Street, but for the most part, I come out of Channing Street. We'll either make a left towards Bladensburg and walk that way. Times make a right on Bladensburg to walk towards South Dakota and throughout the perimeter of the Gateway neighborhood.
Okay, and with this applicant who wants to bring medical cannabis retail to the neighborhood, okay, what are your primary concerns when it comes to safety in terms of pedestrians and vehicles?
The concern from a pedestrian standpoint are several-fold. There is a metro bus stop outside. There are children in the neighborhood that catch the bus to go to school. So there's a concern with them being let off. The closest, there are 2 stops along Bladensburg that are at the perimeter of Gateway, and one is directly across from 2335 Bladensburg Road, the property. And so kids frequent that area to go home and go various places. There's also vehicular concern. Initially, there was a bus stop right at the corner of Bladensburg and Channing Street, where the residential homes are, essentially for the most part. That bus stop is no longer operational, and what that has created is more parking along Bladensburg than where there is a blind spot or a series of blind spots, because I take that street often to go to work, whereby you cannot see traffic coming from this going north, coming from the south of Bladensburg, and it's very hard to see traffic coming from the north going south. So that's uh, invariably without a light there is no light there. That there's the vehicle traffic is a hindrance. There is also a proliferation of parking because of the metro garage and other activities. There are cars parked along Bladensburg. Usually, also for the most part, during rush hour. Let me clarify this. During the morning hours of rush hour, there are quite a bit of cars parked there, and on the east side, closer to the residential area. And a lot of the parking tends to spill over into the neighborhood. So those are the concerns in terms of pedestrian and vehicle. The other concern is the number of the volume or potential volume of people that I'll say it from this standpoint, since the nightclub was raised. The past history with the nightclub has had long lines running along Bladensburg into the residential neighborhood. And so there's that similar concern from a cannabis operation standpoint.
Okay, thank you greatly. I rest at the moment. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Michael, do you have any questions of Mr. Smith?
Yes, I do. How you doing, Mr. Smith? Chris Michael, nice to virtually meet you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do have a question. What for your concerns that you were bringing up? What time is considered morning rush hour in that area for you in front of the community?
I would say as early as 6 o'clock till probably 9:30, 6 a.m. till 9:30 approximately.
Okay. You are aware that there are designated hours that for like a medical cannabis retailer that they can't operate during certain hours, and 6 a.m. to 8:59 a.m. is not regulated.
I'm not aware of that time, but I understand what you're saying.
No. I just wanted to, let you know. And then also, I know there was another concern, how you said that during your concern also was a previous the nightclub that was there, and it boiled over the hours went to the wee early morning. Just making you aware that the establishment's only allowed to stay open till 10 p.m. and not past that time.
Okay.
And then the last thing is you are aware that there is, in order for, I know you brought up the bus stop, that there is also 2 pedestrians walk paths over there, and there are 30 current parking spots that are actually at this establishment.
That's a question. Sorry.
Okay.
No, I was saying to you that there was a question you need to
Oh,
respond.
I understand that. Yes. I'm just trying to make sure he's
Okay.
asking a question versus making a statement.
No, I was asking you a question, just making sure that you're aware of that.
I'm aware.
And then you are aware that for medical cannabis, the only time that you're able to actually purchase or get medical cannabis is if you have a licensed medical card through the district.
That is my understanding.
Okay, that is all. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your time.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions by any board members? Hearing and seeing none, Mr. Smith, thank you very much for your testimony. You have a great day.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Mr. Nelson is I see Miss Bournes is back. You want to call her as a witness? Miss Bournes, are you able to unmute yourself, ma'am? Turn your volume up, ma'am. I see your mouth moving. You're unmuted, but I can't hear you. I think go ahead. We're getting closer. We're getting warmer.
Check your
You're,
sound source. If you click the down arrow next to mute, see what is listed as your microphone. And if you can, set it to real tech.
you're shaking your head, but I'm not hearing you, Miss Borns. Yeah, I'm not hearing you. You're unmuted. I really want to hear your voice. So we're going to get it done today. We are going to get it done today, okay?
Put the call-in information in the chat.
All right, so, well, yeah, I've seen what you look like. So if you have to do it on telephone, then I know you're a real person. So since I've seen you, then fine.
Also, if you have a smartphone, you could click on that link, and that should also take you as well.
I see you again on my. Why don't you say something, Ms. Burns? I see you on another. I see you twice
Okay.
in my. Oh my
I
God!
think
I can hear her voice. I can hear you. I can hear you. All right. Can you raise your right hand, please, ma'am? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Okay, your witness, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Burns. Can you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Certainly. My name is Leslie, Leslie, Bournes, Bournes.
Okay, thank you greatly. Okay, so Ms. Burns, how long have you been a resident of Gateway?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Board, for allowing me to be here. I've been a resident in Gateway for over 30 years. I have been here as a homeowner, as a community leader. I also attend church in Ward 5 and raise family here.
Okay, and what is your role in the community right now as a leader?
I'm the president of the Gateway Community Association.
Okay, and you're very familiar with this applicant in this case, in the address that we're talking about?
Yes, very familiar with it.
Okay, and what are some of your concerns when it comes to pedestrian and vehicle safety around this applicant's application to be a medical cannabis retailer?
One of the concerns is that this is the establishment. Mr. Smith mentioned that a bus stop was taken away, which means individuals such as children going back and forth to school will be have moved down to the bus stop that's in front of the establishment. Because this is on a very busy corridor, this corridor is heavily traveled. We have traffic that is for commuters during the high rush hour times. We have the metro buses. We've got a construction site there across the street from this particular establishment. Because the Bladensburg Garage, which is directly across the street, those two crosswalks that Mr. Chris mentioned, go right to the Bladensburg Bus Garage. That garage has 40-foot and 60-foot buses that come in and out of that garage during the day. It houses about several hundred employees at that location. Because there's also construction there, has been for 2 years and will be continuing for at least another year. There are heavy dump trucks, heavy equipment trucks, as well as those that are a part of that establishment parking on the street. I think that it prevents visibility. I think there are visibility challenges. It could be problems for pedestrians crossing both sides of that establishment. I understand the facility does have parking. That means it'll increase the traffic that's coming in and out of that small area. And so those are my major concerns, because that expansion is going to increase the traffic there.
Did you hear the testimony throughout the day?
Yes, I've been listening.
Okay. And you heard testimony from Mr. Michael stating that there really wasn't that much community engagement. What is your assessment on the engagement when it comes to the applicant?
So we have dealt with an applicant past years for other, not every day, or when there was time for either a renewal license or they have 2 new licenses. Um, the we engaged with ABCA to protest early on. We also with we also received letters of what was accepted and wasn't accepted by the board, and Ms. Mimi was a part of that communication before we even knew that Mr. Christopher was on board. We didn't find that out until, I think, March. We did reach out to Miss Mimi to invite her to a couple of meetings this year. One of them she couldn't make. The second one, she and Mr. Christopher attended that meeting. So we have reached out to Miss Mimi regarding this latest license.
Okay, and can you give us a summary, if you will, of that meeting in which Mr. Michael and Ms. Beignet attended? What was that meeting? What was that meeting like? What was discussed? What was the outcome, if you will?
Okay, so that meeting was in March, I believe. No, I made a note. Yeah, I think it was a March meeting, gateway meeting. Mr. Christopher presented to the community what the establishment would be, the new license would entail. He advised on what we did not have the authority to protest against, meaning the earlier license for the cultivation center, which we were trying to get information on that, but that's from ABCA, but I'll move on from that. Part of that meeting, residents had questions. Ms. Mimi introduced him. Residents had questions, and we expressed our concern about the license being this new business coming based on previous.
I've lost you. Hold on. I can't hear you, Ms. Borns.
Can you,
you're on
okay,
the
can you
line.
hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Someone was trying to call. I think that's what okay. I stopped at Ms. Mimi introduced Mr. Christopher. We did not know about this new person until February or March. So our concerns were based with Ms. Mimi on what has happened in the past and what the impact would be in the future, because of what we've experienced with the location there. Some residents were upset. Residents were still were not for this new license. because of past history. And their decision was to continue to protest against this license.
Okay, thank you greatly. I have no further questions.
Mr. Michael, do you have any questions of this witness? Any questions, sir?
I'm trying. It's not letting me unmute.
I can hear you, sir.
You're unmuted.
You need to unmute you were unmute. I heard you, sir, but now I can't
We
hear
can
you.
hear you now.
Now we can hear you now. Go.
Speak, sir. You have a question you're asking?
Yes.
Now I can't hear you. You're unmuted, but I can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry. I'm having
I can
computer
hear you
issues.
now,
I was like,
sir. I can hear you. Go ahead.
thank you. Ms. Barnes, were you aware that I know that there was issues previously with the liquor license that was there? Were you aware that we, during an ANC meeting, that the main concern was also the liquor license and the activity that happened there? Were you aware that we reached out to during the ANC meeting and told them that we would not renew the liquor license period and put it off to the side, not put it in safekeeping?
Yes, I was fully aware of that. I was at that meeting when that was discussed. Yes.
Okay, and then were you aware that we also presented, because Commissioner Nelson said that he would talk with you guys, that we did present an agreement showing our during the vehicular safety with the cameras in the parking spots and those issues?
Yes, Commissioner Nelson brought us up to date on the proposals you all submitted.
Okay, and then also I know that during this meeting, and then it was granted this license, I know there is a concern for you guys on, it's been brought up multiple times for the last two people, about the bus stops for the children that are there. Also like crossing extra pedestrians, I don't know if it's medical campus itself, but just extra traffic that could be there during those bus stops. I would like to see if it is granted that there are certain times that the bus stops are being used, that we could have a different hours operation during those times, during that the school year.
You're asking me, was I aware that there would be a concession to modify hours around heavy times of bus exits and entrances for those catching the bus?
No, your concern was like children catching the bus or being dropped off there. That if they're like granted, I'd like to be able to speak with you and trying to work with you in the community to figure out hours that it is actually impacting that you're concerned. And that is it.
Are you asking our question? Are you comment? I don't
No,
know which one.
that's it.
It's the question and answer period, sir. Are you asking her a question? Or are you just? You can have conversations with her.
No, I was just.
But now it's. You have
I was stating something. I don't have any more questions for her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bourne. Hello. Yeah, I have a question about the parking in the Gateway neighborhood, Channing, your other streets. My neighborhood here, we have zoned Ward 8, and then across the street, it's a 2-hour. What's the parking signage in the Gateway neighborhood?
Thank you for that question. The parking signage is a 2-hour, I think until 8 p.m., but people still park there beyond 2 hours.
I know
that. Sorry.
When I drive down Bladensburg, I see a lot of the WMATA employees getting into their cars parked on Bladensburg. Do you know what the parking is there or what the signage is?
So that signage, it's not zoned.
Uh-huh.
Ward 5 residential, Ward 5 residential, I know it's certain hours they can't park, I think in the morning, but during the day, I think it's open. And
Okay.
I would need to look at the sign. I think it's in one of the exhibits that the gentleman showed of the signage. But it's more, before rush hour and after rush hour.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any other board members? All right. Mr. Michael, do you have any questions of Ms. Bourne based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any redirect?
No, sir.
All right, Ms. Bourne, thank you very much for your testimony, and I'm glad I was able to hear your voice.
Thank you. I thank you for your patience, for the board's patience.
Not a problem, ma'am, not a problem. Mr. Nelson, do you have another witness you wish to bring to call?
Yes, sir. I have one final witness, Ms. Karen Hunter.
I remember I talked about the documents, so the documents need to be moved into evidence, okay? So, all right. Ms. Hunter, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You're a witness, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hunter. Thank you. Can you state for the record your name and spell it?
Carlyn Hunter, Karlyn, last name Hunter, Hunter.
And how long have you been a resident of Gateway?
A little over 10 years.
Okay. And let me ask you, what brought you to the Gateway neighborhood? Why did you choose this particular neighborhood?
Well, I'm actually originally from Alabama, but my great uncle lived in Ward 5 in Brookland, and he often took me around the Gateway Fort Lincoln neighborhood. And when I first moved to DC after law school, I actually lived up in the Fort Lincoln neighborhood in the apartments up there. And so I just really like the neighborhood, that it's a residential neighborhood. I'm personally attracted to neighborhoods that have a lot of seniors. At the time, I didn't have any children, so I wanted to make sure it was a neighborhood that was friendly towards children. And so the neighborhood encompassed those qualities for me. So that's why I moved there. And I do have a child.
Okay. And how old is your child?
She's 16.
Okay. And so she's old enough, I would assume, to walk around and explore and up and down Bladensburg Road and, and what have you?
She actually catches the bus on Bladensburg Road to get to school and to other places that she needs to go.
So do you have any concerns of what she might come across that you would not like for her to come across as she's catching the bus on Bladensburg Road?
I most certainly do.
Okay, can you tell us about those concerns?
Well, I mean, she was concerned about catching the bus up there just because of the activity. But, we live in the city and I want her to be independent and comfortable moving around the city. And her movement is during the day. It's usually in the mornings. It's not in the evenings. I would not let her catch the bus up there in the evenings because of, especially on like a weekend, because that's when that address would be open. There'll be a lot of activity in the weekends. So weekends and nights, I would not let her catch that bus. But I myself drive in that area because I live there. I'm essentially right behind the nightclub. So on Friday night, Saturday night, I've often seen lines of people on the sidewalks. Sometimes you have to navigate around the cars that are parked in front of that address. And sometimes the young people are out off the sidewalks. You have to navigate around them. They come around the corner looking for parking, sometimes not, driving courteously. So I'm very familiar with that area. And I'm a walker. So I walk in the neighborhood too.
So as a parent, is it safe to say that you do have a real legitimate concern about pedestrian safety around 23335 Bladensburg Road Northeast?
I do, not only as a parent, but half of my career I spent as a federal prosecutor. So I'm very attuned to public safety issues, crime issues. I was a prosecutor in Miami in the narcotics unit. So I'm very familiar with grow houses, how they work, what the dangers are. And generally, personally, I'm not um, averse to cannabis dispensaries generally. I don't have a problem with them generally. But because there are some on H Street, for example, that seem discreet. They don't have issues with people out on the sidewalks. Um, if you weren't aware of what it was, you wouldn't know it was a dispensary. In this particular facility, I have concerns about based upon my experience prosecuting narcotics crimes, based upon my observations of what's going on outside the facility with the young people, how they behave, the lack of the control, even when security's outside, and my knowledge and awareness of the shootings that have occurred, even though they've had security at that facility.
Okay. All right. Thank you greatly. I have no further questions.
Can I add one more thing?
No, certainly. Well, sorry.
So I know this hearing's about public safety, et cetera. So I wrote a letter that I'm hoping will get moved in as it relates to the public safety issue that we're talking about. I just want to point out that there are concerns about the hours going into nighttime hours. Again, I would have less concerns if the hours weren't into the evening hours, if they were, maybe around 6:30, 7 o'clock, so that people who have legitimate medical marijuana needs can get there after work and go on about their business. Um, I'm very familiar with the fact that cultivation centers, because that's what caught my attention, the fact, which is a grow house, they're going to be packaging and growing marijuana, and there's a whole operation with plumbing, electrical, et cetera, that goes along with that. And also, what goes along with that are people who are aware that that's happening there, which means that there will be robberies, typically. And so, based upon how this facility has operated in the past, with lack of security, with the property owner not being on premise, and as Mr. Nelson questioned about having third parties come in, and the owner herself is saying that it was very clear during her testimony that she was going to leave the management and operation of this facility up to someone else. Sort of not being on premise, there is a concern that these same young people who have been coming, and a lot of them are even from the district, who have been lining up the sidewalks, obstructing the sidewalks, adding to dangerous traffic situations in the nighttime hours, will be the same constituents who will somehow get a medical card and end up in that facility. My home is in earshot of that facility, so I can hear when there's a party or something going on in the club. This is a residential neighborhood. Mr. Hall testified that it was the Ivy City Commercial District. We are not Ivy City. This is Gateway residential neighborhood that happens to be abounded by Bladensburg, a commercial strip, and then a warehouse strip on V Street. Everything else in that triangle are homes, homes with senior citizens and homes with young people. And my little area where I live within Gateway has tons of small children and teenagers like my daughter. So there is concern about that location there, and
Can we
we can
hold on?
only go by.
Hold on 1 minute, please, Miss Hunter.
Sure.
We need to elevate Mr. Michael's back. Okay. I apologize, ma'am. I need to make sure, since he's a representative, I need to make sure that he's online. Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, my concern is just based on we predict the future by looking at the past, and based upon the past interactions with the owner of this facility, and not being cooperative with the community with respect to the concerns we've had. predictions are of our community, because I served as the vice president of Gateway Civic Association previously, is that that type of um, ignoring and not lack of collaboration with the community will continue when issues come about with respect to this particular dispensary. I think that's the overall feeling that's occurring here. So, I wanted to clarify that this is a residential area, that these public safety issues impact the residents in this area. The noise, the shootings, especially since summer is coming, the team takeovers. If you were to drive past this facility Friday night, Saturday, it looks like a team takeover on the sidewalks. And so I just want to make sure we have a clear picture of what has gone on in the past and the hesitancy that the community has with allowing narcotic substances to be distributed from a facility where the owner has not been a good neighbor with the residents in the past.
Any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Michaels, any questions of the witness?
Yes, sir. I apologize. I did hear you on my phone. Thank you for bringing me back up. I'm sorry, Miss Hunter. From your previous experience in being a prosecutor and being in the district, you understand that this is an ABCA licensed retail, that it has to be hold to very high accountability with 30 days back retention, that you can only buy from and purchase from ABCA license, and it's only for medical patients.
I understand what the intent of the license is, yes.
Okay. That I just wanted to clarify that, because I know that before there was a different market that was there, and this is not one of this is an ABCA licensed facility.
If with this being an ABCA licensed facility, one concern I have is how they marketing the customers. You said this will be a different situation. Is there different marketing? Because we are all familiar with the clientele presently of that facility.
Of medical patients?
No, of that particular address.
Oh, are you talking about the previous license? So I'm talking about the medical cannabis patients, and also that license that we're asking to grant over there. Now with that, there is very strict policies for ABCA that you're only able to promote or actually put out a certain square footage of the signage that you actually have, and you cannot promote to outside of your medical patients. If that answers your question about promotion or how patients are found, because you can go to the abcadc.gov website, and you can actually find a retail there, so medical patients are able to get their actual medicine.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Hunter. I appreciate you being on this long and waiting this long too. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right. Any questions by any board members? All right. Ms. Hunter, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
No, sir. That was it.
So I know that you are, so let me go to the applicant first. Were there documents in your PIP that you want to move into evidence?
Yes.
No, sir. Oh,
I have some management agreement between me and the management team.
So you have, was that included in your PIP?
I believe so.
It's not, ma'am.
It's not.
It's not? Okay.
Yeah, and the only reason there hasn't been, to answer the question, Chairperson Anderson, because management agreement is set. That's fine.
You don't need to explain. I asked,
Yes,
I said, is there a document in your PIP that you want to move into evidence, and there is none. All right. Because I don't know, I was told so I'm not moving any documents from the applicant in evidence because they have not moved any. So Mr. Nelson, what documents it is that you have in your PIP, and what documents have we had testimony on that we can move in evidence?
Yes, sir. As submitted with the amended form, there are 12 exhibits. So I'd like for all of those to be
But have you
submitted.
had testimony on these documents?
Yes, yes, sir. I have, yes.
What are the documents, and what are the documents? Do you have an opportunity?
Yes,
Do you know how to share? Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Nelson to share his screen? I want to see what the documents are and who
Oh, you
testified
want
against. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. We can do that.
Access granted.
Okay, are you able to see everything?
Well, okay, so you need to go through. You need to identify what the documents are and who testified
Okay.
against. All right. So what's the first document?
Okay, this is Exhibit 1. This is an agreement between the Gateway Community Association and Ms. Abebe Benya. This was signed in 2017, where the parties agreed to be, where the agreement was that Ms. Abebe would be more engaging with the community when it came into any issues at the address 2335 Bladensburg Road Northeast. Okay, so that's that first document. That's Exhibit
But why
1.
is this document relevant to this matter?
Because you heard testimony about previous behavior and what the community did in terms of engagement to try to change that behavior. This documentation shows that the community was very active in trying to work with the owner so that there be a mutually beneficial aspects in terms of the community and the applicant working together. And so this document points to the community being engaging, and that was testified by Mr. Chris, who wasn't around at the time, but he said that there was no engagement. But this clearly says that there was engagement that goes back as far as 2017.
But I guess, but this is. All right, Mr. Michael, do you have any objection? Mr. Michael, do you have any objection? Yes or no?
I apologize. Yes, I do. It's irrelevant to ABCA license 136242, and it wasn't submitted 7 days before.
I'm not, all right, Mr. Michael. I've already made the ruling that
that's fine.
Neither
Yes.
side complied with my instruction that the documents needed to be disclosed 7 days before the hearing. Neither side did, and so I made so therefore it wasn't an issue. So that's not an issue today. However, Mr. Nelson, I'm not going to allow that document evidence, and the reason I'm not going because I don't think it's relevant to this hearing, because that's a different license, and so it is
Okay.
it's not relevant to this hearing. Okay, but
Okay.
but hold on, but I want to say, Mr. Michael, I'm not gonna rule on any document. If you're gonna make an argument that it was not timely disclosed, that ship has already
Yes, sir.
has already sailed in this particular case. All right. What other documents do we have, sir?
Okay, so this is Exhibit number 2.
What is Exhibit number 2?
Okay, this is the written testimony letter by Ms. Carolyn Hunter, who testified. She was the third witness in my case.
And
this is her letter.
Was this what she just testified to?
Yes, sir.
What exhibit is this?
This is Exhibit number 2.
Do you have any objection on Exhibit number 2, Ms. Mr. Michael?
No, sir.
So I'm moving exhibit number 2 in evidence. What's the next exhibit?
The next one is a letter from a resident, Ms. Patricia Brown, who also submitted a letter of protest.
Who's Miss Brown? Did she testify today?
She did not, but again, I know that what you're saying, but I'm if you don't mind, I'm going to
Wait,
try to steal.
I'm not gonna move that one because we can't cross-examine the letter. If she had testified, yes. Because she didn't testify.
Yeah.
No. All right.
Thank you.
Next
No,
one.
I understand. All right, then I'm going to not include these letters then because that's what they all are. And I'm just going to go through each exhibit to make sure that we do not miss anything that I want to have submitted. Okay, so that was okay. All right, so now we have. Okay, so this is Exhibit 7.
What's Exhibit
Okay, you
7?
heard. Okay, you heard testimony regarding the ANC's resolution.
That's
This
already
resolution.
that's already in evidence, sir. That's a part of this is your protest.
Okay.
That was part of the case report. So that's already in evidence.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I'll move on to Exhibit 8. Okay, this is also a resolution. Again, I know it doesn't pertain to medical cannabis, but this was submitted just to show the history, and we spoke to the history of activities that are taking place at 2335. But when you go to this resolution, you'll see that it dates back to 2018 to 2026, and the activities that are taking place at this location. So that's what I'm showing you here. And this is what I'm asking. I know that ABCA already has this on file, but not as it relates to this particular case. But I want to include this as part of this case as well because it was brought up.
It's a different license. It's a different business model. I'm not gonna I don't believe this is relevant for this case, sir. So I'm not gonna allow that in evidence.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. I'll move on. Okay, you might feel the same way about this. This is a report of the investigative history of the
And that's for
address.
this is for an alcohol license that they had there. This is a cannabis license, so this is not
Correct.
this is not relevant to this case, sir, because this is the investigative history for an alcohol license. It's not that's not relevant for the protest issue at hand.
Okay, all right. Okay, no problem. Thank you. No, sorry, that was not meant to do. Okay, this is an image of this is an image of the location. So you heard people talk about, you heard us talking about the long lines. This gives you an example of what people were experiencing.
I'm
That's
aware of that. I'm aware of that, but it's a different business. I mean, if she was applying for an alcohol license, I would say it was a cannabis license, a different business model as testified. Only there can be no promoters. I'm not aware of any cannabis. I'm not aware of any legal cannabis businesses in DC where there is a long line of folks to go into this establishment. I was aware that there were some illegal businesses that we have issued cease and desist orders. So I think that photograph is not relevant for this hearing, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, we talked about community engagement and activities. So this is a sample of the yard sign that was placed throughout the community to show the community's unity when it comes to opposition to this applicant.
So what is this, sir?
It's the yard sign.
I don't think that's relevant. I mean, I think that we have this hearing today, and you have expressed based on the protest, your witnesses have testified that and the protest letter, and that your witnesses have testified that they do not believe that this is the right type of license for this establishment. And I just want to remind you that the protest issues are the impact on residential parking and pedestrian traffic and residential parking. And so if whatever you're trying to bring in evidence, it needs to tie to the protest issues. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, thank you, sir. This is my final exhibit. This is Exhibit 12. Okay, and this is a letter, a notice that was actually released regarding cannabis at this location, and the community's concern. As you can see, this was from March 27th, 2024. So this document goes to the concerns that the community has had regarding cannabis at this address. And that's Exhibit 12. And that's my final
Any
note.
any objection, Mr. Michael?
Yes, sir.
What's
Our
the nature of your
chairperson.
objection?
Pardon?
What's it? I see you have any objection to Exhibit 12.
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. It has what happened on a previous license that was at an establishment there. It doesn't have anything to do with the current license that's there. That happened in 2024. It's 2026. It has nothing to pertain with ABCA license 136242.
For whatever it's worth, I'm going to allow Exhibit 12 in evidence. All right. All right. So as far as exhibits are concerned, you have had an opportunity to move documents and evidence. So now we are ready for closing. Do you want to take a short break, or you just want to go directly to closing?
I'm ready to close if everyone else says.
All right, that's fine. All right, so this is what I need from each side. Why is it that the applicant goes first? Why is it that ABCA should grant this license? After the applicant tells us why, then the ANC, why is it that ABCA should not grant this license? That's what I expect to hear from in your closing. Mr. Michael.
Thank you, Chairperson Anderson and the board. I appreciate everybody, and including Mr. Nelson and everybody that was here today for this meeting. The reason I'm asking for the granting of ABCA license 136242 is we have a total dedicated right now of over 50 years of experience in total at the facility, and also staff that understands ABCA laws, the ABCA board, and metric capabilities. There's been 0 violations during this time, during the placarding process, or at any point where the license also has cultivation and manufacturing under the same ABT LLC that has had 0 violations or 0 issues. With that being said, I'm hoping that the board will grant the retail license to be able to move forward. We've shown that we have plenty of parking for vehicular safety. There's crosswalks, there's cameras, there's security for the protest that was put in for vehicle and pedestrian safety. We have shown that we are over compensated on parking spots and also what we were trying to do. And that is it.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, again, thank you everyone for giving us your time. ANC 5C, particularly 5C04, which is my SMD, my single member district, this application should not be granted for the mere fact that, given the testimony that we heard today, including questioning from the ABCA board, that there is no plan, no business plan that was put forth by the applicant. They were directly asked about the plan, the business. They could not provide one. That is a clear indication that they are not prepared to be a medical cannabis retailer. In addition to that, we heard testimony about the community from the applicant. When asked about have they walked through the neighborhood, the answer was no, which tells me that the applicant has not considered the concerns of the community because they've never walked through the neighborhood. That's because they don't know the neighborhood. And that's because it's an individual who doesn't reside in DC. They come from Michigan. a state that has very different laws when it comes to cannabis consumption. So with that being said, I implore, I beg ABCA to consider and follow the direction of ANC 5C that this application be denied for the mere fact that pedestrian safety was testified to by the residents of Gateway, long-term residents, including those that have children. Okay. With that, I have nothing more to add. It just, again, there's no plan here. You know, the owner stated herself that she is inexperienced when it comes to cannabis, that she doesn't know much about the business. And therefore, I don't think that the applicant should be awarded the pleasure, the privilege of being able to get a license from ABCA. Thank you greatly.
Thank everyone for their presentation today. The record is now closed. And do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive the right to do that? Basically, do you want to write basically a board decision in the sense that you'd wait for the transcript to be available, you'd review it, and you would write proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law to the board? It's basically like writing a legal brief.
Yes, I would like to do that. Thank you. I'll wait for the transcript.
All right. All right, so the transcript will be available to the parties within 3 weeks. And 30 days after receipt of the transcript, then you provide the board with the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. You cannot bring in any new evidence. So this is basically the evidence and testimony that was provided today. Okay, so I just want to, and if you change your mind, please let the agency know that you changed your mind. Okay. All right. So let me close the record formally. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 26 PRO 00036 ABC LLC, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 26 PRO 00036 ABT LLC for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. I will now have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Turner.
Turner, agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. As stated before, the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, it's due to the board. You should receive the transcript in about 3 weeks, and
Okay, thank you.
you 30 days after. If you change your mind, please let the agency know as soon as possible. The board knows as soon as possible you change your mind. All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. With that said, let me close the record for the day. I believe, yes, I've done all right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title 3, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June the 11th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for June 11th, as published in the DC Register, on June 5th. Is there a second?
Mr.
Mr. Quinn,
Meadows,
I
I
second.
second.
Mr. Meadows and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Turner,
Turner, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank all members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also our board members who participated actively in our hearing. We're now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you.